つってるつってるつってるつってるつってる
Mama bear! Mama bear! Mama bear! Ah, shoot it down!
つってるつってるつってる
Good morning. Hello, cuties. Hello, all of you. Ahem. 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 Cuties. I actually do feel like I need to cough. 1 second. I did indeed cough. Okay. Blah blah bleep blah bleep blah bleep blah bleep blah bleep 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 bloop bleep blop blop bleep bloop bleep blah bloop bloop. Sorry. I'm just saying what lo-fi I'm gonna put on whilst we do a little bit of talking. Okay, let's go here. Oh, that's very relaxing. Oceanified. I feel like it's very pink. And that's because my light has stopped working, so I've had to use a different light behind me, but hopefully it'll be okay. Actually, no, this is quite relaxing. I feel quite relaxed. Okay. Let me head to the beginning. Kels, hi my purple princess. How you doing, cutie? GG's on first and GG's on second, Cupid. How are you doing, cutie? Cutie. And Will, GG's on third. How are you doing today, Will? Hello, hello, Cupid. Hi, Kelson. Welcome in. How you doing today? And hi, Says. I hope you're doing well, lovely. Oh, hello, Bubbles. Yay. Oh, I cannot wait for it. Oh my god. Well, we did all the other bosses yesterday, Cupid, and by like hour 2, we were into like Millennia, and that's where we are now. So, we'll see how that goes. We've got Millennia and the final boss. That's it. But I'm excited. Amethyst, hi, lovely.
Drunk.
Hi, Billy, sweetie. How you doing? How you doing, Amethyst? Retty, guess what? I'm guessing it's going to be a streak, because that's what you did last time you had a streak. That's what I'm guessing, Will. I'm guessing... I feel like you're on like 40 or something. No, I said 45. A 50 stream streak. Maybe. Or did you do 50? I don't know. I remember you doing like 45, and then you're like, no, it's 45. I was like, yeah, I said 45. Love the curls, thank you. It's just to make it look somewhat more interesting. I'm doing amazing. Went to get my sister out of school and we went to a cafe. Oh, that's so nice. Is it not half term where you are? It's half term here. But I'm alright. I'm alright, Cupid. I'm excited to play today and maybe beat Millennia. Who knows? I don't know. Hi, Pengu. How you doing, lovely? Hello, 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 Billy. Hello, hello. Hello. We sub 10 minutes? Sub... So I don't know what you mean, Pengu. You so got it. It's just her blender attack. The waterfowl, as people call it. That's the thing I'm struggling with. But... I came on last night because Jim told me about a talisman that I should get. So I did get that. And then the root resin, which I was looking forward to be able to make the blood grease. It does respawn by the shack. So I got some of that. And I've been looking today about like wonder mixes to help with like bleed dex builds. So I've got some variations of wonder mixes we could possibly do if I have those, and see if that helps. Really, I'm good. I got to Millennia and turned off my game. Yeah, we got there yesterday, and I can understand that. I can understand that. 55. Thank you for the 55 stream streak, Will. Thank you, cutie. I was so close. I said 50. Which I think that's a big brain of mine. Saves, thank you for the 10 stream streak, cutie. Thank you so much. I appreciate the streaks, guys. Correct, 55. I was so close, though. You have to admit, I was so close. I'm fine, about to do some gardening. Ooh, what kind of gardening? You gonna plant some, like, summer flowers? Or, like, what's the dealio? You'll beat Millennia in 3 hours. Most trust I have a feeling. Well, we spent 2 hours on her. We have got to the second phase twice. It's just the blender thing. The waterfowl is the thing that like really fucks me up. Wonder mixers are so good. I've got one, obviously, like the one I've been using, but I've been looking specific for like the build I have. I've never been here before, 30 minutes due to Twitch not liking to update, but today I'm here before the 10-minute mark on... Oh, nice. Well, welcome to the early stages of the stream, Pengu. How you doing? Yeah, that part. Yeah, that's the bit I'm struggling with, but we'll figure out. Hi, chicken. How you doing today? Like I said, I've got some thingies on my phone. Nope, that's my cinema tickets. Going to the cinema to see Super Mario this week, so I'm very excited. And no, not with my child. I had not planning anything at the moment, so getting rid of things that shouldn't be there. I see. Making clearing it up, ready for the gardening. I see. I hope it goes well. And like here it's nice weather, so I hope it's nice weather there. I'm a bit conscious if it's gonna start getting really warm again, because I did not like that yesterday. Like I like the heat and stuff when it's warmer, but when I'm streaming, I don't like it then. Hi Faye, how you doing? Do you prefer Faye or Fudge? But welcome in. How you doing, cutie? That's sick. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. But yeah, apparently the thorny cracked tear, which I'm pretty sure I actually found yesterday from one of maybe the avatars I did. Yeah. Green burst crystal tear. I don't know if I have that one. I'll have to see. Which is about significantly increases stamina recovery speed, which could be great because I am really struggling with stamina. And then someone said Dex not tear and the thorny cracked. So the thorny cracked tear seems to be the reoccurring one, which yeah, I'm pretty sure I found yesterday. And I thought, oh, that could be good, but I wasn't too sure. You got rid of TTS. I only got rid of it momentarily because I found when I was trying to do Millennia yesterday, it was a bit disruptive. And I'm trying to focus. That's like the only reason why. Sorry, chicken. It's just when I'm trying to like focus on a really difficult fight, I found that a bit difficult. Fudge, thank you. Oh, good. How you doing, Fudge? I am sorry I called you Faye. Oh. Sorry, my nose is irritated. Love your Kirby tower in the back. Yeah. We got a few just it's mostly Hello Kitty. There's more as I turn around, but yeah, you got the little Kirby tower. And then there's like a little pom pom purin, which is crocheted, a little Iggy buff. Is it Iggy? And then you got Freddy Fazbear. Yeah. I do love Kirby. I got a little Kirby mouse pad mat as well. How does Chibi Entrance work? Well, like the person redeems it, they save up. I'll show you an example. I'll show you Beat Drops because I know you know him. He was the first one I did. So when someone speaks for the first time in stream, like every new stream, so they say one message in stream, then it triggers a custom entrance. So then it would be like,
good day to you.
Yeah.
Good day to you. Good evening. Oh my.
And if you save up 50,000 channel points, then when you join stream, you get a little cheapy entrance. But they don't, like, obviously because Beat Drop is a streamer, there is instances where, you know, viewers who are not streamers want to redeem it, and that is fine. We'll do Will's because Will was just here. So Will wanted a fish with a jester's hat and like bubbles. So I drew, like I draw it myself. So I drew a little fish with a jester's hat, and then the sound was bubbles because obviously I don't have like a voice clip of Will. And then a little message in chat for them when they join. Then they get like an automatic personalized hello. That makes sense. But yeah. I just woke up after falling asleep for like 1 hour with both my cats sleeping on me, so I can. that will send you asleep. That will knock you out. There's something so satisfying about cats sleeping on you, though. I don't know. They like my cat Moo. Whenever he cuddles me, it's like instant stress relief. Some cats no, because they just don't perch. But Moo just like loves a proper snuggle, and oh, like the serotonin. I'm good. Just came home from swimming, workout at the pool. Hell yeah! Look at you go. Look at you go. Love that for you. Hi T, hi Yusuf, how you doing? I see. Cute, thank you. Yeah, I used to have like really disruptive entrances where it was like a little montage. Lurk, getting ready. Oh, good day, Lucy. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a lovely day and I hope you have a lovely stream. Yeah, I used to have really disruptive entrances, which were like montages of like the streamer friends I had, and some of them were like crazy. They would definitely disrupt stream. And then, oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. I kind of like wanted to brand my stream because it was kind of just a bit whatever. So I went with like the tea theme because I love tea and like my name is Tea. And I tried to make it more like cozy, cutesy. So then I thought, how can I change these entrances to something that I like, that's not super disruptive, which is like fun. And then I just thought like of the chibi entrances. I don't know where it really came from. But I like that I'm able to draw them. Oh, I think that was me turning my remote on. I'm not sure. I like that I'm able to draw them. It gives people, you know, there's something to feel happy about when they join stream. You know, it's just like, it's a cute little thing. I'm good, how are you? I'm glad to hear that. Not well. Usually you're well, Yusuf. Is everything okay? I'm right. I'm excited and also terrified of how today's gonna go. Of millennia. Finally off work. Oh, what, like just finished? Nice. Now you can relax. Maybe get some slips. But I'm ready to get into the game. Like I said, we'll close this now. Get rid of that. Get it out. We'll play with some wonder mixes and see how that changes things. But look, you're not intending to bring you back from that. Thank you for the lecture. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hydrate. Hope you're having a lovely day. Beep. Yes, beep. Okay. Continue. I don't know how ready I am for this, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Okay. I'm not doing the best, been having a lot of anxiety recently. I'm sorry to hear that, Will. Is it like just anxiety being anxiety, or is there like specific things making it worse? Okay. I never knew you could do that. Oh my god. I generally thought you had to go to like a grace every time to see how many runes you leveled. Oh my god. I'm like at fucking end game, and I've just found out if you press status, it tells you how many runes you actually need to level up. Wow. Our dex is getting higher though, that's good. Okay, so we need to sit at the grace. Just anxiety. I'm sorry to hear that, Will. I know, like, personally, it's not great. And it's just, it can be so debilitating as well. So I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Is this it? It should be... Thorny cracked tear. This makes consecutive attacks grow stronger. Okay. And it's either saying the green burst, which I don't know if I have. Oh, I do. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Which is like, it says here, like what I'm reading, significantly increases stamina recovery speed, allowing for faster bleed procs through continuous hits. So that does sound really good. But then it also says Dex not here, which I don't even know if I have that.
Falling in love with a Clefairy.
Hello, Onyx. How you doing? Oh, strength not. Okay, I have strength not, but not the Dex not tier. Where do you get that from? I'm curious. Dex not crystal tier. Can be found at the top of a small island. Wait. Maybe we should get that first. Maybe we should try find that. Do you think we should try find it? I'm not sure. He took away TTS. I'm sad now. Only momentarily, because when I was trying to do the Millennia fight, some other people used it as well. And when I was trying to do the fight, I found it was a bit disruptive and I wasn't really able to properly focus. And because it's such a difficult fight, and you know, I get a bit frustrated and overstimulated. How you doing, Onyx? Hello, Final Ronin. What would you like me to call you? Ronin or like Final Ronin? Please let me know. Good combo. What weapons are you using? I'm using the blood fang. Yeah, that one. Why does it say +10 when? Oh wait, +10 means you've done the legendary, doesn't it? I'm guessing. All audio's off. Not all audio. Like, all the sounds are still there. It's literally just the TTS. That's it. I'm sorry if my TTS got you frustrated. No, it was literally just when I'm trying to do Millennia, it's just like, it's a frustrating fight enough. And then just try to focus. And then when it's like TTS, you know, like when I'm trying to do fight, I'm not reading chat. And then when sometimes people use TTS to like speak to me, that distracts me. And I'm trying to like purely focus on the fight, if that makes sense. It just makes it more difficult. Yeah. I go deaf now, all good. Ronin is cool, thanks. Thank you for letting me know. I like to make sure I refer to people to how they want to be referred to. Okay. Where the hell is that? Oh, it's like, maybe we will get this first just before we start. Okay, it's saying it's in the lake down here. And it's like, where? There we go, okay. This is a very interesting map feature I've never used before. So it's saying it's here. I guess we'll go have a look. Oh. There we go. The Dex mod gives you 10 plus for 3 minutes, so it's not a huge bump. So I think you would have some good options already in your pot. I think I'll just get it anyway. Like, I know... I was reading that Dex doesn't hard cap until like 80 apparently. But I know some is like 60, so I don't really know about that. But I'm not... My Dex is only at 52. So I think maybe that could benefit me. I'm going to mix with the green one. And that, keep the 4 and 1 in. And I think just having it there... then going in the battle, and then I can like mess around and see what works for me. Yeah, I turned mine off because I felt like some people would misuse it or wouldn't read the room. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes it's just a bit, you know, I think sometimes, you know, like, I've gone into like Kelanusi's stream and I've done like my sub and stuff, and she's like full in like a rant about something, and I'm like, I don't know if this was the best time for me to resub, because like usually it makes noises and stuff, and I'm like, ah. I'm trying to scroll chat. I was gonna use my want to stream in here TTS before game. I'm not doing points when you aren't logged in, and I appreciate that, chicken. I appreciate that. Yeah. It was like even Jim, you know, Jim's my best friend. He did it yesterday and it distracted me. You know, it's not like a personal thing. It's just some people just they just do it. Stamina recovery is good. Consecutive attacks are good for faster swords like katana. Yeah. Yeah, stamina recovery is definitely good because I was trying to like back away and then dodge, and then I have an opportunity to like swing, and then I'm like out of stamina. I think learning her patterns and not using heavy attacks will help your stamina greatly. Yeah, I was trying a bit of that last night. I was using more RBs. But yeah, it's just a mix of trying different things. But the heavy attacks is also really good because it staggers her. So, let's go there and have a look. My fave build in Elden Ring is Big Bonk. And what weapon do you use for Big Bonk? Alright. But yeah, the root resin also respawned, so that's good to know. So I got blood grease, you know, we have somewhere we can bly. Oh my god, I don't know if I shut everything. Wait, give me a second. I have not shut everything in the background. Let me quickly do that. I always do that before stream. Just to make sure nothing accidentally downloads. Okay. There we go. Oh wait, no. There's something else. Because I've been trying to play. Yeah, I've been trying to play. Like, just, like, Minecraft and stuff. And then, my computer's fan has been going crazy. I'm like, what is doing that? And it's one of my Razer apps has been doing it. Which is very annoying. Big Bonk mentioned. Hi, Spider Goddess. How you doing? That's why I know our parents will help to know when to use it. Yeah, I feel like I've learned more of our parents. It's just the, you know, the blender waterfowl attack is the one I'm struggling with. How many times did you try and fight Millennia before? It was just yesterday. And we spent about 2 hours trying. And we got to the second phase twice. And I feel I was doing okay. It was just the bit I was really struggling with was the blender attack. Oh, I hate that you do that. Oh, it's... Oh! Okay. Alright, I'm not sure exactly where it is here. Hi, Cupid. Cupid? Crazy. Sorry. I got Cupid on the brain. Oh, there we go. How you doing, Crazy? I feel like I need to scooch you up a little bit. Anvil Hammer if I get to DLC and Giant Crusher before DLC. Ooh, okay, okay. I don't know if I'll change weapon when I go into DLC. I feel like I might just keep this one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, I'm gonna go here a second, just get some more root resin before we start. Time for me to sleep. Have an amazing stream, T. Thank you, Crazy. I hope you have a lovely sleep. I appreciate you. But yeah, I've tried my best so far to learn her moves, which I think I'm doing okay at. It's just the wickety whack one. I am struggling to learn that one. Of when exactly to dodge or what to do. So I tried a little bit last night for about half an hour when I tried to find this talisman that Jim said about, and just see if I could learn that one attack. That's all I wanted to do, was see if I could figure out. You got this, fakey chicken. I'ma try my best. I'ma try my best. I know there's more root resin around, but I can't remember where it was, but I do know it's over here. Okay, we'll stick with that for now, because I actually have blood grease as well, so should be fine. Should be fine. Okay, let's sit down and decide which one we're gonna use. Okay. So we're gonna use the thorn one, the thorny cracked here, see how that goes. Right, so temporarily boost dexterity in mixed physique. Okay. So that would help with like our damage. But obviously this would help with our stamina. So I think we'll try this one first. See how we get on with it. And then if it's still kind of like, okay, the stamina isn't the problem, be better if I was doing a bit more damage, then we could maybe swap to the other one. Sorry, I'm just gonna drink my tea a little bit. Okay. Right. This is the first time I've actually looked at like mixes and things like that. Because I just did one and then was like, okay. See how that goes. This one. Like, I'm just instantly dead. Instantly dead. Instantly dead. So, I mean, I feel like I'm doing okay. I feel like I'm actually doing pretty well with the rest of it. It's just that one. I just don't know what the fuck to do. Multi-hit attacks are hard. I just haven't figured out the method to not dying. I haven't got there yet. It hasn't clicked in my brain yet. Yeah, you hit a big bleed there. It was going well. It was going well. I feel. Ooh. Whoa. That's the one thing I'm struggling with. That is the one thing I am very much struggling with. Hi Mooney, welcome in. How you doing, cutie? That was going really well. We got a really nice bleed then. I don't know what it is that's getting our bleed. Obviously just a mixture of things. Are we allowed to give you tips for that attack? Not yet. Not yet. I want to just try and figure it out. I don't know why it says I'm at 10. Oh, I think I had done more than 10. Sure thing. Thank you though for asking. I appreciate you asking. Oh, little jump there. Oh, you're a bit aggressive right now. Okay, she's a bit more hitty this time apparently. I missed completely then. This is not a good attempt. Oh, oh! Yeah, this is not the best attempt. Not bad. Oh! Oh, the fucking... I thought she was gonna do... Like the blender thing. The jump in the air deceived me. Ugh. I don't know how to get out of it. I have a dumb idea for a strap, but I will keep my lips sealed. Okay. I have a Blendhouse Bleed native and the grease on top. It's all just a beautiful bloody mess. 1 second, let me say hello to Mooney. Hi Mooney, thank you for the street cutie. Hi Bard, you inspired my title today. I had to give you credit where credit was due, you know? How is Bard today? I am Millennia, Blender of McQuella, exactly. I didn't know, see you, hello cutie, how you doing? Remember you sprint into backflip, got to remember land on your right foot, don't forget, and then roll into a glitch. Oh, yes. How could I be mistaken? Good attempt, thank you. I feel like I've got real solid attempts, but as soon as she whips out that move, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Hi, lovely. Hello. How you doing, cutie? I guess we go again. I honk Mimi, honk Mimi. I gotta catch a train kind of soon. Wow, I hope you have a good time, whatever you're doing. Guys, I am taking Bubba to a slime making workshop tomorrow. I was on Instagram and it came up and I was like, I wonder if they have one near me. And they do. So I'm taking her and see how it goes. Don't know how it's gonna go, but I hope she enjoys it. I don't think I've ever beat her solo. Interesting. Does this inspire you to maybe do that? Okay, just clean kitty poops. Hell yeah. You're doing the Lord's work. Oh yeah, kids love slime from what I remember from YouTube. Oh yeah, she loves slime. She loves it. We don't love it. We don't love it. It gets everywhere. So I think she'll have a great time. Hopefully. I don't know. I think she'll like have good times with things, but then she doesn't really like controlled environments, so I'll just see how it goes. Now kitty watching you. Stroke the kitty. Hello kitty. Parents didn't like it. Yeah, no. Me and my brother are a bit better with it, but like she does not understand to not get it all over her clothes and stuff. And it's just the furniture everywhere. We've got this like putty stuff, and my mum this morning said it's just in the radiator. It's like on top of the radiator, and it's just dripped, and now it's just gone hard. Hi, Rolly, cutie. How you doing, cutie potato? I might be able to if I use my max level character. Okay. I mean, I better be really rewarding. Thank you for the free stream streak, cutie. Thank you. And thank you for the scream, Spider Goddess. I needed that. I needed that motivation. From the attacks and everything, I think we've got a solid build down. I think the mix, the grease, it's all doing like chef's kiss. It's amazing. It's just that fucking blender attack. And I need to make it of a cow. And Nick just sit and watch Twitch all day. How's it going, cutie? It's going alright. I'm just trying to... We just changed my mixes because I searched like what is actually good mixes for like Dex Bleed build. And it's good, I think. I think I've definitely done it good in here. And we've got Blood Grease. Also Bard, it does respawn. I wanted to tell you that. I went on last night, to get a talisman that Jim recommended me. And I went there, and if you just touch Grace and you go back, it respawns. Gets a self-recorded meow entrance. I go meow. I go meow. Pretty sure we have an old bedsheet somewhere where there's this hard spot for my sister putting a slime down. Oh yeah. Yeah, it will do that. It will do that. Be with the shouty, could not see chat popper, so it's all good. It's all good. You deserve it. Now I can see. Oh wait, never mind. Resin went. Yeah, so now we can just buy the blood roses. We can just like farm the resin. So I got some last night. We literally just got a bit more as well. So he's in front of it again. Cheeky little so and so. He just wants to watch me so badly. He wants to watch me win. We gotta do it for the kitty. Cool. Ah, shit. Do you see what I mean? Like, I have I have no chance. Like, I'm doing everything right other than that. I just think maybe if I was like more of it a range, it would help. But the problem is, how am I meant to know she's gonna do it? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that was sick. Well played. Thank you. I know I've got the potential. I know I can do it. If she just didn't do that one attack. Famous last words. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Oh, shit. She staggered me. Yeah, that was not a good one. You're gonna get it, I believe. Thank you. I feel like we're doing good. We're getting good bleeds and stuff like that. I think with that attack, I just need to be further away. But I just can't figure out how to be so far away, but, like, attack her. I feel like if you were a ranged build, this would probably be so much easier. It just keeps going up to 10. I'm like, how many... Oh, wait. How many of these do we have? It just keeps going 10. Oh, that was not a good one. Oh, I'm running a little bit out of stamina. Yeah, that was not a good one. I got a bit clunky then. We delivered your parcel. What have you delivered? What are you delivering me? Something's been delivered. God knows what it is. I mean, you had the right idea one of the times after I came in. What do you mean? What do you mean, Bard? Hi, boy. How is my perfect princess? How you doing? Did her legion of cuties in the chat, and you are one of them. How you doing? Rolly, thank you for the free stream streak, cutie. Thank you, guys. God, so many streaks today. Why are you all naked? Put some clothes on. I'm joking. Actually. Okay, now it is going down. Okay. It's not at 10 anymore. Alright. Oh, she got me. She got me good. She fucked me up. She turned me into a shish kebab, mate. She shish kebabbed the shit out of me. She doesn't usually get me with that one. But she did. Oh, that was a good one. She's angry at me now. I was so close. I'm still alive though! I'm still alive! Not for long. Not for long, I just fucked it up. I think I had the right idea there though. Like being at a distance. Ah, shit. I'm dead. I'm dead. That was going alright though. That was alright. That was a good one. Where you ran from the first row, but you got caught by the second one. You mean a bit like that one? Like that time there? We did it the first time there. Just need to be a bit further. Very good run, thank you. We want a great run. We want the run now. The run. The run of all runs. That sounds gross. You have the right idea of getting distance at the start. I just worry about then, like, how do I hit her? But I felt like that was going okay, so we'll do something more like that. I love how she aura farms when you're not near her. Yeah, she's just like, this is chill. This is a chill time. Oh, that was not good. Oh, I'm... Mistakes were made. See, I think if you are in that proximity, you're fucked. You are fucked. You are fucked. I thought she only did it like halfway though. During that crazy attack, you just need to survive, literally. Just need to survive. That's it. Okay, let's try again. Okay. She keeps using it because she knows I can't get away from it. You're not using rune arts? Rune arts? What's that? So annoying to figure it out, but when you do, you're like, really, that was it? I can't figure that shit out. As soon as you have the second flurry, you have to dodge because she basically teleports to you, but the first one you have to run for dear life. The first one then, I couldn't even get away from it though. The first one I was still stuck in that fucking proximity. So you need to run, dodge. Dino roar. Hi demon, how you doing? You feeling better today? Or we just need to murder her before she does it. Just don't let her do it. Which is like not gonna happen, but yeah. Fucking. Oh no. Stay away from me. You're a bully. I don't like you. Bully pants. See? Like, she keeps doing it right when I'm near her. Only 15 late. I forgot. Although it doesn't ping. Love the hair. Thank you, Demon. 50 minute. It's all good. You haven't missed much. We've just been here, chilling, doing this. That's it. Right, we're gonna have to buy some more blood roses. Clearly. No bear, but not grey. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon, though. Hopefully in a couple days you'll be there. Hi, Jid. How you doing? Welcome in. Love the hair. Thank you. It's crimped. Crimped. Okay, right. We need to stay more ranged. My upper lip is bloody itchy. That was not good. Yeah. Fine, thanks. How are you doing? I'm glad to hear you are fine. Doing alright. Doing alright. I'm trying to stay like super zen. Super chill. Doing okay. Doing okay. Everything is fine. This is fine. We're all fine. This is a good time. I know this bus is getting under your nerves. Yeah. The way you said that's really funny. Like, I know what you mean. Is what it's just that's a very humorous way to say it. Woo. Thank you, I fired her before. She's gonna be yeah, she is a little cheesy. She's a bit annoying. But we'll persevere. We'll do it. We'll get there. Eventually. I'm in no rush. That's why this week is Elden Ring week. Because I'm hoping we're gonna finish the game. Will we? Who knows? Okay, right, let's focus. We're getting a bit sloppy. Ooh. So she always does that when you're gonna bloody heal. Okay, that was good. See? I went to attack her and she just jumped in the air. There was nothing I could do. Let the blender come to you, but never come to the blender, as a great philosopher once said. Yeah, there wasn't much I could do there. I went in to attack, and then she was like, oh. You want to attack me? Huh. Wow. Let me give you this. How's some of this, bad boy? And then I was like, well, fuck. Well, fuck. Fuck a duck. Bullet chop. That was going well, though. We got good damage on her. And we got a good bleed. She fucking reached me from there. I don't get it. I was running. I was literally running for me life. And I wasn't even that near her. Oh, this is annoying. Sometimes it feels like you can't escape her boobs. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking when she was swinging her blade at me. Why are your boobs so near me right now? Okay. Guess we'll just have to try and create more distance. That was awful. That was a lag. Sorry, I tried to see her moves. I see. Okay. We have ads starting in 3 minutes, so I'll probably give it another go, and then we will have an ad break. Moves equals boobs, does it? When did this happen? Okay. Do you feel like she's gonna do it? Thank you, the community love demon. Do you think maybe I should just like stay away? Imagine a boss that has an attack with boobs. Let me snooze a sec. Snooze. She's not doing nothing. But I bet as soon as I go over, she'll jump in the fucking air. The fuck? The fuck? I don't know how I just fucking did that. So there's a way to do it, but... Thank you, the community love demon. I don't know if I said that. I might have, but yeah. Right. Ad break time. I'm gonna run ads. We do it once every hour. So when people come into stream, they don't get hit with ads. And so no one misses anything. So you're not forced to subscribe and whatnot. But... this is your opportunity. Grab a drink, snack, take your meds, use the bathroom, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do. And I'll be back in about 3 minutes. So I will see you then. Right. Let's get back here. That should be over. Says they're over, but should be. We haven't got a message pop up yet. Great round, Survivor. Thank you. Wouldn't be able to do that again, though. Ooh, GG me. Average ill, he's just like me. For real. That rhymed. You're a poet and you didn't even know it. I love ads. Are we still in ads? You just have to have faith in time, then you'll be freed of her, or I will feed her. Yeah, that's why, like, we stream 4 times a week, and that's why I've just dedicated this week to Elden Ring, because I'm like, I know it's not going to be a quick jobby. No, you will defeat. Oh. You said you'll be feed her, so I was like, I'm gonna feed her.
Rolly one noodle, rolly one noodle.
Rolly one noodle, rolly one noodle. Rolly, thank you for their sub, you little cutie. Aww. Thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, kid up totally. No, sorry, my phone. No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm quite good usually at deciphering mixed up words, but sometimes I'm like, nope, I can't figure it out. It's beyond me at this point. That's the problem though. When she's doing the attack, I'm stuck in it, you know? Like, it's literally instant. I really struggle with it. And I literally was running as well. I got reminded of when my friend and I were playing Millennium Co-op, and it was really late, both of us were tired, we just randomly started singing Let It Go, and somehow that attempt went really well, even though we were completely distracted. Sometimes it just works. Sometimes it works. A little sing-song. Beautiful. I know you are. I know you are. See, it's going well. It's just that one fucking move. I literally run. I ran as fast as I could. As fast as my little legs could take me. I'm just fucking staggered, man.
Blade of
Fucking staggered, man. Like it's gonna start being a hot day again. Which is not going to help when I need to focus. Alright. Maybe I just need to sing Let It Go as well then. Would that help? Not with that waterfowl move. That one wasn't even the waterfowl move. We're gonna have to go get some more resources soon. We've got 4 left. After this attempt, I think we're gonna have to get a couple more, some more stuffs. Figure it out. It's so annoying. It's really frustrating me because I can do this phase except from that, and it's like it's going really well, and no matter how well I do, as soon as I get to that, I'm fucked. And that's like the real frustrating part. I remember singing, but we couldn't really remember the words. The parts were just. Oh, bless you guys. Let's get some blood roses, and then we'll get some root resin. Was he? No, he wasn't in here, was he? It was before this bit. Oh, what's this? Oh wait, no, this was when... Oh, we need to go this way. Have you tried out all the ways to dodge it? I don't know all the ways to dodge it. Like, we've said about running away from the first one. And then dodging the other two. But it's just... I can't even seem to outrun the first one. And I'm not even... I've been a little bit of distance from her. Like, left, right, etc. I just press dodge, and it just doesn't... It just feels kind of fucking stressful. Because it's just wick, whack, 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 whack. And it happens so fast, my brain doesn't even have a moment to process what is going on. No, I've gone too far. I've gone too far. The direction might matter. It might matter. I just feel like I can't even comprehend different directions or what the fuck is going... When to dodge. I'm just pressing dodge and I'm struggling to find timings because it happens so quickly. Okay, let's get up here. Maybe not. Oh, get out of the way. Everyone is triggered. Okay. I don't know if this was the quickest way. I wish I was better with words because I want to help, but I don't want to spoil. I just feel like you're meant to run and then dodge the other two now. Oh, why are you still alive? I'm trying to find my blood roses. Runway is probably going to be your best chance. I just don't seem to be able to run away quick enough. Like, I'm not even that close to her, and I'm running. And she just still seems to catch me in the first one.
Oh, didn't we?
Just can't figure it out. Does he only have 9 left? Or I can only afford 9.
I'm afraid I'm very...
I don't have many runes. I don't have many rainy ponies. Use. Okay. So that's the one we want to go to. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, and then we'll go get some root resin. It's just such a fast attack. And because it doesn't happen like consistently all the time, I feel I'm not given enough time to study it, if that makes sense. Like all the other attacks, you can figure them out. Just that one's so quick. I can't figure it out. It's just too fast for my little brain. My brain is not big enough to comprehend the attack. Okay, item crafting. Sometimes changing direction you're dodging during some of the boss's moves if it helps as well. Okay. I'll try and like keep an eye on that. It's just like when she attacks, it's like I go into like fight or flight mode, if that makes sense. I don't know if that does make sense. But yeah, it's like, I know I'm not going to do it, so then I'm just like, I don't know what
Welcome
to
to
fucking do.
Drunk Peasant Trucking 101.
Hi Tempesto, how you doing, cutie? Bevers, you can too? Thank you. Millennia's favourite smoothie, 1 part waterfowl, 1 part Renew Poods, a cup of tea and a shot. I like that. I like that. That's what I was trying to say. Oh, what Rolly said? But yeah, that probably is like a recipe to the winning. It's just, I try and like think, okay, I need to do this. And when it's happening, I'm like, what's happening? Hi Punk Tempest, how you doing? Okay, I'll try and keep that in mind. Directions of dodges. Good luck to me. Hey cuties, good morning. How you doing? Oh, you fucking did blood grease when I was meant to kill. AT hype. I suggest getting her to half health. That's about when she starts doing it. She's done it before though. Then getting a bunch of bone darts, she will dodge them bits to provoke her, and then not attacking her and only trying to dodge. That's how I learned it. Okay. Yeah, cause like I was waiting and she wasn't gonna fucking do it. But like the poison ones, it's the best I've got. Try that. Thank you for the lurk, Ella. I hope you're having a good day, cutie. Thank you. Sometimes as well is when she's in the air, she's not doing anything for a bit, so you don't have to dodge straight away. Yeah. She likes aura farming. She definitely does. She likes being fucking main character energy for sure. Okay. She likes a bit of main character energy. That was not good. Oh, I dodged that. Clearly did not. That was not even intentional. I don't even know how I did that then. I have no idea. Tried to fucking grab me then. No. This is not going well. She's passive when you're passive. She's studying you. Interesting. Okay. That's annoying. If I move, you move. You could say she matches your freak. Is somebody gonna match my freak? Is somebody gonna match my nasty? Sometimes she likes a hug, sometimes not. Yeah. Should I get out of my space? space.
Blade of Mikola.
Blade of Mick your mum, bitch. That's what I think of that. Blade of yes. The one time I'll be like, yes, we can have a decent nuts joke. Yes. There was nothing I could do. I was literally just right by her. Like... That's the one thing that's like making me feel a bit defeated, is I can't figure out this move. I'm like, I have more of a chance when I'm at a distance, but a lot of the time I'm by her, not knowing she's gonna do it. Because she literally just got the fuck up and then did it, and she doesn't usually get up and then do it straight away. And then it's just over. And that's like, it just feels like, what's the point? What's the point of doing the battle? Because she does that one move and I can't do it. And it's very demotivating. People have literally accused this boss of input reading because of how well she seems to respond to your behavior. Definitely. Because it's like, when are you meant to attack her? I didn't do any of the things I was meant to do then. Like, I feel confident in every other aspect of this fight. Just as soon as she does that, it's just fucking game over. Oh, I just pressed him by accident. Like, what's the point? Why am I even playing this? Because I can't do it. That one move just is stopping me from progressing. It's just good AI and a varied moveset. It's fucking bullcrap. Sorry for newbie question. What do I do after Ranella? That's not a newbie question at all. Like, the game's confusing. After Ranella, I guess you pursue where the graces are. You follow the graces to the Mount Gelmer, isn't it? And then you go to the capital, I think. We need to find the waterfowl switch and turn it off. We really do. Because it's making me crazy. It's just the one thing. It's the one thing that I just can't do. Fucking lag then, man. We were just like completely missing each other then. Oh, I'm dead. Oh. Just kill me, I'm just making rookie ass mistake.
Blade
The fuck? The fuck? I'm not even doing anything that I'm not usually doing. Weird, I don't know why that happened. That was really strange. Running out of grease again. We're gonna have to go somewhere, kill some people, get some rooms, so we can buy blood roses. Doesn't help when the game's doing that though. Okay. I just wish there was a practice range where I could practice this one specific move.
I am Melania, Blade of Mikola.
Okay. Where's an area I can go to that I can just kill people? Maybe just on the way. I'll just kill some. I think this is the wrong one. I didn't mean to go here. I didn't mean to go here. I meant to go here. Just wish there was a specific place where you could practice that one move. Like if she just did that over and over, I wish I could just practice it. I gotta go to my train. Enjoy. I hope you have a good day. Enjoy yourself. I appreciate you being here. And all the help you've been given. Good luck. Thank you, Bard. I would like to get it today. I would. So then Friday we could do the final boss. Bye, Bard. Have a lovely day. Just like fucking rolled over. Oh. I wish when you just like hit them and killed them, they wouldn't do that. There's probably an area we could, I don't know, maybe kill faster without this being a thing. I think someone's gonna attack me then. You got like these ghost things around here. Maybe we could do that. A few of them kind of spawn around. Sound like a Minecraft sheep. Yeah, get a few of these might work. There's a few over here. Oh my god, look at all the deers. What the hell? Oh. It's because of the carcass. Whoa. That was cool. Anyone else? Oh, it's sad. It's just here. I feel bad. Isn't that me? Oh, damn, that lady was just singing. Oh, no, she was going to attack me. She was going to kill me. I love them singing though. It's so nice. It really is, it really is. It's lovely. Oh, no, I don't want to kill the jar. Okay, that's quite a few. We'll go back. And get some blood roses. Just trying to think of, like, dodging in different directions. Like, what does that mean? Like, out of the direction she's doing, or into the direction of it. That's what, like, is, I'm not sure. Like, do you want to dodge out of it, or do you want to dodge inside of it? That's something I'm unsure of at the moment. Because sometimes being closer to the enemy, you don't get, like, hit. Maybe being closer inside is what's gonna be killed. Hi, Crowley. Thank you for the community love, cutie. And thank you for the lyric. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for Lemonade Joy being here. Oh. 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 That happened. I'm back!
Didn't realize.
Yeah. Restaurant bloody intense invasion of London. Okay, right. We can buy 25. Yeah, let's just get them.
I'm afraid of.
No, you offer the best things. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't let anyone tell you that you don't bring shit. Because you do. You bring the best shit. Him doubting himself. Don't want to hear it. Okay. I wish I could figure out where else in the woods it is, so then I could scoop round, pick the others up. But I'm not too sure where they are. They're very unnoticeable as well. Guess we'll just have to keep doing these. And get a few. Then we'll go back. Okay. Like, I know there's meant to be 9 around here, but I just don't know where they are. I don't know if they get replaced with the gold tingement from the trees. Now it's burnt. Okay. Okay. 20's not too bad. Then we can just sit and collect 5 more, and then we'll just be at the same number. So, might as well whilst we're here. Okay. 3, 4, 5. Cool. Right. Let's head back to Halleck Tree. Just not looking forward to this one specific move. One thing I thought about as well is when I get a break on her and she's on the ground, I could possibly reattach. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, oh. Do some more grease possibly when she's on the ground. See, she wasn't actually halfway then. This is the one fucking thing. Okay. That bit came much quicker than I was anticipating. Wait, hang on. I can't read your message a second. See, like, as soon as I get to that, I can't do it. Can't figure it out. Did you know Millennia has a thing for dominating lesser beings? Makes sense. Makes sense. But how you doing? How you doing today? Black Udon. Ooh, big sword lady. Yeah, big sword lady. I can't figure out the one move, and it's detrimental to my progressive playthrough. But how you doing today, Richie? Like, I'm doing okay apart from that, but as soon as she does that, I'm just like instantly dead, and I can't figure out how to dodge it for the life of me. I got your nose. Don't touch me a second, I got your nose. Like, maybe we try and provoke her now? Oh, shit. Okay, that actually kind of worked. We died, but that actually kind of worked.
Buy me this! Buy me that!
Hi Lisa, how you doing? How you doing, beautiful? I'm doing good, enjoying the sun, got all my chores done, and now prepping mod shit for Maya and stuff. Nice, nice. Is there a lot of prepping you gotta do? But I'm glad you got your chores done, you're enjoying the weather. I hope you have a good day. You do not have the required... Oh yeah, you have to have 50 tea leaves to be able to do that. How you doing today, cutie? Okay. That was better though. We actually did get out of it. So we could try and do that. No, I'm just making sure my... I see, okay. I see you. That was not good. Not good. Rolled the wrong way.
I am Melania,
I got greedy.
blade of Nicola.
I got greedy. But I think I'm understanding it more. I'm understanding it more. Like when it's just that fucking big swing back, you gotta be careful because... Yeah. I'm figuring out some... Even rolling forward or kind of jumping does not dodge it. I think we're figuring out more. Maybe by the next ad break we'll get to the second phase. Maybe. If I can figure out this blender one a little bit more. Yeah, no. I went for 3 hits thinking maybe I could stagger her. I don't think that move you can stagger. I don't think any... There's specific moves she's gonna do no matter how many times you hit her. That is one of them. But I thought I'd try it. I thought I'd see if I could get free and if that would break the action, but it did not. Okay. Let's see. Oh, great. Hi, Dabba. Welcome in. How you doing? I need to focus. I need to get in the zone, and I need to pee. So many things happening. So many inconveniences. Okay. Focus. Focus. Good luck on your boss fight. I hope you might soon. I gotta go to work. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you for the well wishes, and I hope work goes well. And I hope you enjoy your day too. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. I hope work goes swimmingly. That was not good. She's fucking staggered me. No. Can you, like, just stop with the aggro? Do you think she might do it now? Maybe we should try and provoke her. Maybe it's too early. There we go. I almost had it. I feel like that was the best deliberate attempt yet. Ugh. Fuck no, I know she does that one as well. We're figuring it out. Right, I reckon back the fuck away from her. Maybe some more grease. Provoke her again. Not what I was meant to drink. We almost had it. I'm getting there. I'm figuring it out. I think we're figuring it out. The ingredients, they're clicking in my brain. I think the bone dart is definitely helping. I think the order of it is not helping. Yeah. If we remove them, then we put that one in. What is that? No. And then in the next one, put the darts. So then I can heal, use my grease. Dart back to flask, I think is. But if you like, okay, wait, no, because if you go like boop boop, you can hold and it goes back. Okay, I'm just trying to work out the most efficient way. Right, let's try again. That was a really great attempt, I think. Like, we died, but I figured it out. It was deliberate dodges, and she was like a quarter of the health left. That one, I'm not dodging at the right time. And that one, I know she's gonna do it, and I dodge back. I need to dodge right or left. I need to stop dodging backwards. I need to go left or right. Left or right. Okay. I feel a bit more hopeful of this now. Okay, right. Flask. Grease. Flask. So she does it near halfway. I wouldn't say exactly halfway. And then I'd say she does it 3/4 of the way as well. This is not going well. Not great. Not great. We messed up quite a bit in the beginning because she got a lot of her health back. When it's just that pullback one, I'm hitting twice. I think I need to hit once so that I have enough time to dodge at the right time. Okay, so mix, grease, reset. Okay. Hi Rose, how you doing? Not far away enough. I was not far away enough. Hi cutie, how you doing? I'm doing alright. I feel like the last few attempts I finally figured that move out, and I've just been working it out more. We got her down to like a quarter of health with deliberate dodges of that attack. Went through it twice. I've like learned, you know, just before kind of halfway, throwing like a dart at her triggers her to do it if I'm like far away. And oh shit, I feel like I've got it more. We've also changed our flask as well, so it will help our build. So it feels better. No, I'm too close. It's too close. I knew I needed to be. That's why I was running. Hi Gibson, welcome in. How you doing? Is it just my side, or is the stream pretty quiet? Turned up volume quite a bit to have it normal. I haven't turned anything down. Like everything is the same. It's fine for me. Yeah, I haven't changed any settings. Maybe I'm just whispering. Just whispering. Okay. Not great. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. I need to be away from her when she does that. So invested focus zone. I just want to do it so badly. So badly. But it's taken me just until like now to figure that move out. It's just been the bane of my existence for the last 24 hours. Okay. Oh, compared to me, Zoom 25 is the same as you on 100. Can't imagine what would cause the difference. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like I said, I haven't changed anything. Everything's the same.
I am Melania, blade of Nicola.
That was a really bad one. That was really bad. Let's try the other mix. I got this one, but I also wanted to try the dexterity knot and see if that helps our damage. Have you perhaps met anybody who could have cursed you recently? Me? I don't meet people. People are gross. What do you do? Maybe my child did it without even knowing. She's been doing a lot of babbling. Fucking fuck. Oh, go away! Stop being a wally and leave me alone. Do your thing. Right, so now I'm gonna try and provoke her. Okay, we survived it. Oh shit. We survived it though, that's a thing. We did. We've got fucking bleed on her now. A poise break. Fucking little bitch. Oh, I was trying to heal.
Blade.
Oh, the accident, of course, is the worst. Could have been that. Could have been that. She's been doing a lot of ba 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 ga 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 ba ga ba 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 ga ga. For most even babbling ain't needed. Curses of intent are even easier. Maybe it's Millennia. Maybe she's cursed me. Maybe she's cursed me. You know? Wouldn't put it past her. Wouldn't put it past her. Maybe because we've called her move the blender. She's like, it's the fucking waterfowl, bitch. What are you going around saying blender for? Maybe she doesn't like my stream title. This is not going good. Yeah, no. How dare you fuck with my branding? Exactly. Exactly that. We just have to get a good run. We just have to get a good run. We had a really great run not too long ago. Buy some Black Thunder chocolate. Are you Patrick from SpongeBob? Do you want to buy some chocolate? 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 Okay, one more go and then I think we'll do ad break. I literally pressed dodge as well. It's an Oreo cookie and a chocolate. Oh! Oh! Never heard of that. Never heard of it, but there you go. Okay. I'm gonna craft some more blood grease and then I'm going to go use the bathroom and run ads whilst I'm gone. So this is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take any meds, use the bathroom, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do. And I'll be back in 3 minutes, so I'll see you then.
Good day to you. Good day to you. Good evening. Oh my.
Sorry guys, I'm back. I just had to deal with something extremely important. Extremely important. But I'm here now. It's dealt with. And now we can continue. Right. Welcome back, thank you. Right, gaming. I feel like it was good to have that bit of a break as well. Did I miss anything? Hi, Beef Money. How you doing? If you're still here. Oh, Beat Drop. Hi. I don't know if you're still here, but hello. That Millennia is with their music. Oh my god. I like that. How you doing? How's every little thing? Oh yeah, at least part is from Steam volume, changed nothing, but ad came up and almost blasted my... That's weird. That's weird. Is it okay now, Rose, or are we still in confusion of why the volume is different? Dabo, thank you for the 20 stream streak, cutie. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's like Nem is drowning in the pile now. Nem's like, help me. Hey, peekaboo. More important than killing Millennia, my daughter, 100%. Yes. Yeah, I'm still here, just lurking in the depths. Oh, good. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely evening watching me suffer. Oh, nah, I got an extension that lets me adjust it for tab. Oh, okay. Is anyone else finding I'm quiet? More than quiet than usual? Strange. I like to watch her suffer. Okay. Well, let's fucking get some people going. Right. Sound fine to me? I do. Okay. Rose, I'm sorry to say this, but I think you are the problem. I'm sorry. Okay. Alright, we've had a break. I've let all the good uns sink in. We're gonna get her going. Sounds as usual to me. Okay, thank you guys for the reassurance. Now we're gonna instantly die. She stunned me. This is not a one. This is not the one. Fucked. Yeah, I should have been away from her. I'm used to being the problem. Oh, Rose, no! No! No. Say it ain't so. Okay, I need to get, like, ultimate comfort. And I don't know if you guys have heard me mention, I keep forgetting how to change, like, the back of my chair. So I've searched so many times, right? It has so many like things, and there's a lever right on the side that I keep forgetting exists. I think it's gone in my brain now, but I've searched, like, no exaggeration, 3 times of how to adjust the thing on my chair because like I just couldn't see it. I blame Twitch. Twitch is always the problem. New question for Twitch, but what do these rewards do? Are they just style, or does it benefit you if I use them? I mean, everyone has different ones. Each streamer will have different rewards. But like the daily tea leaves, that's like if you want every stream to check in and you get a tea. Like, I can get one myself. And oh, I need to change that. The caption on it, 1 second. And it gives you a random flavor. You get a different flavor every day. But if you save up 100, then you get a 2026 doodle. Sorry, let me take the caption out of this. When you reach 100 tea leaves, you can get a 2026 doodle save, which I might have a copy of on my Puper downloads. How long ago did I do it? Is the question. Ah, there it is. Beep, bop, boop, bop, beep, bop, bam. This is the 2026 doodles so far, which people just select what they want. I have a few more I need to add, which I haven't had time to do yet. So then by the end of 2026, we're just going to have like a collection of doodles. But yeah. So that's that one. And then, you know, some just say to lurk or whatever. You can save up for VIP if you want the badge. You can get a chibi entrance, so when you come into chat, it triggers like a custom entrance where I draw you with like a little chibi and a little sound. And then also when I'm like focused on the game, if you come in and it like triggers the sound, I know it's you and I can say hi without looking at chat. And then the others are just sounds and things like that. Boop. Beep bop, boop bop, beep bop, bam. Where'd I get to? To be fair, second time something like this has happened, but I simply can't wrap my head around what could make it different per tab. If you opened another tab, do I sound different? Spooter. Yeah, it's a spooter. I'm so cute, yeah. The year of our Lord. So it's just more fun than anything, bits are different and more of a financial thing. Yeah, so like the rewards, there's no financial gain. Yeah, that's like through subscribing bits and things like that. Now Clara is drowning. Clara, no! Redeems for channel points are user incentives for being in the channel and collecting them. Bits are different and are financially supporting the stream directly. Yes, exactly that. Bits or like subscriptions. But then subscriptions are different as well because then you get to use your like the channel emotes wherever you want. So that's also like something for yourself if you want to use certain emotes around Twitch. It sounds different compared to other streams, but having multiple open does not alter the volume on them itself. I don't know how you can have multiple. I can't listen to that. It's too much for me. I ran out of Black Thunder chocolate. Oh no! I like that emote though. The little like cat yell. It's great. Can you get some more? Okay. Thank you for the community love. That one's just to say you appreciate the community and like chat and that everyone's a lovely community member. And then that's to just do some mod appreciation. Messed that one up. Not far away enough. Maybe I am. Okay. Not too bad. Dodged the wrong way. I keep doing that. Why did she do it again?
Blade.
Why did she do it again? Thank you for the mod love and the hydrate email. Got through it the first time, but wasn't expecting her to do it again. This is fucking bullcrap. If you ever want to, a life hack is just to someone I mod for on mobile, open someone's stream you watch, adjust till audio is good, then open your, if you feel you need to turn it up and down means something is off. Open your, what? I feel like you missed a word there. Or am I just being silly? Tried to heal and I should not have. Your own stream I meant. Oh. Oh, I see. If you ever want to, a life hack is just someone I mod for on mobile, open someone's stream you watch, adjust the audio is good, then open yours and if, yeah, okay. I mean, some people I watch anyway, the volume I just have to have different. Do you have, if you do, you can talk. Oh, there you go. Try and sleep. Oh, good, demon. I hope you get good sleeps and I hope you wake up feeling a little better. Get some good rest. Get some good rests. How long are we doing? Oh, like 2.5 hours, man. Stupid. Okay. I'm focusing now. Running out of grease again. This is no good. This is no good. Dodging it a long time ago. I want some distance on her. Because I feel like she could do this attack in a minute. So we could try and trigger that. Like that. Did okay. Did not do okay then. Oh, and now I remember Evelyn said had it not been a huge fan, felt a bit. Yeah, I think I have it as well, and it is a bit difficult to navigate. Don't forget to whoop-de-woo on her. I'll try that next time. Felt like that was going well. Managed to get not too damaged by the blender. same across different streams. If you don't have it, then yes, that makes the volume a bigger problem. Use. Ugh, I hate everything. That was not good. Nope. I had no stamina left. That means on Switch, if you don't have an Apple stream on mobile, is the you died screen. Well, it's a sum up of the stream, so I guess I kind of don't blame it. That was good though. We got good bleed on her, and then we died. Look, I just need to focus.
Blade of Nicola.
Some attempts I do so poorly, it's actually laughable. It's actually laughable sometimes. I've taken an hour to do. Flasks aren't gonna get me through it anyway. I need Jesus. Not great. Jesus, take the great sword, literally. Literally. I just feel like I'm so bad at this. I've never felt so bad. Thank you, Rose. Jesus, take the wheel. I can't do it. I can't do it no more. I know if she jumps in the air and I'm right underneath her, then I know I'm not doing it. When she does that, I need to be away from her, is how I've worked it out. I'm running out of blood grease as well. I'm gonna have to go get some mores. That means we've done so many attempts of this, because I had like 25, I think. such fun. Such fun is being had. Where the hell am I? Thank you for the hug, Rose. Is that the winning hug? Is that gonna make me win? Okay, we're just gonna get some runes, and then we can get some more blood roses, and then we'll get some more brute resin. And that pam pam sound is one of my stims now as well. Oh, the hug. Is there another one? Like the T one, is it that one? Hugs in these. I'm sorry. Bum bum. Alright, I'm gonna go up here. Get these geezers. Look! See, they're all here again. It's like the deers died. Sad. So now every day, all day, I just go bum bum and beep beep poo poo. Oh yeah, pee pee poo poo is definitely one of them, innit? Beep beep poo poo, especially how Nayla says it. Two in one, nice. Not bad. Not bad. Bum bum. Beep beep boop boop bum bum. Beep beep boop boop bum bum. Beep beep boop boop beep boop boop beep 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 boop boop bum. Beep beep boop boop bum 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 bum. Beep 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 boop. Beep beep boop bop beep bop beep bop beep bop beep bop boop. Beep bop beep boop. Beep bop beep boop. Beep 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 boop boop. Beep 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 boop. Beep 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 boop beep boop boop beep. Cool. The evolution of pee pee poo. Beep beep boop boop. Beep 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 boop. Beep 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 boop. Ah, it's a shame. Alright. Let's go buy some roses. It's Valentine's Day, motherfucker. It's Valentine's Day, motherfucker. No way. Inconvenient. I wonder if this guy would give me some runes. Oh, it's here too, right? Better than fighting these guys. They're annoying. Okay. Let's go buy some roses. And that guy's gonna spawn. I wish there was a grace just like right nearby. There we go. That gave us a few as well. Cool. Oi!
Didn't realize.
Purchase. We can give 27. Bought 25 last time.
I'm afraid of them.
Okay, now we'll head to here and get some root resin. I wish I knew where the rest was. It's meant to be on the ground, but like, where do we see it? Is that a bit there? No. I feel like it turned some of it into the gold tinged excrement. Oh, that's a bit. Is that a bit? No. See, I feel like it must change it. Okay, we'll have to do this a few times to get some root resin. Okay, that gave us 4. We need about 27. How many have we got at the moment? 11. Okay. So we need 16. I don't know. Bad at maths. Okay, so that's 14. $17. 17 so far. 20. Okay, we need 7 more. Unless we had an extra one anyway. We'll get 7 more. 24. Okay, so 1 more and we should be done. I am crafting. Okay. Right, let's head back to our suffering. Why are we doing this? Whose idea was this? Do all the bosses. Nah. I just wish I had like a fast teleport when she does that I could get out the way. Would be great. I feel like I smell cheese and onion crisps for some reason. Really strong though. Real strong cheese and onion. Walker's crisps. Weird. We believe in you. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't know if I can do this. We believe in crisps. I really smell crisps right now, and I don't know why, because no one's in my room except my cat. And he's not eating cheese and onion crisps. Just... Hello, Fluff. I was like, what is that noise? Won't believe in you guys. I'm not gonna do it. Never gonna be able to. I'm trying to like be patient more so I can be out the range of it. Of that like blender attack. This is the bit that I'm just like, oh, because it's like I can do so well, and as soon as that happens, it all goes to shit. It's a shitstorm. That's what it is. Call it a waterfowl. It's actually called a shitstorm. Absolute shitstorm. What? Am I meant to understand? Waterfowl. Why you gotta be so foul? Millennial. Just curious whether that part of the specific extension or global. Oh, were you expecting something to happen? Or did something happen and I just missed it? It did not have worked. It would have rolled. Ah, I see, okay. is painful. This is actually painful. You're right, Fluff. What are you doing? Have fun. Have fun. Hi, Grim. How you doing? I believe in you. Thank you so much. God. Fucking trying to run away and there was a wall there. God's sake. How are you doing today, Grim? That was not good. I was like, oh, I can run. No, I can't. There's a fucking bit of stone there. I just really need to focus. And I'm trying to focus, but it's not going well. I'm tired, but I'm good. I'm glad to hear you're good. I hope you have good sleep tomorrow then. So you're well rested. Okay, let's try again, I guess. I guess. That was going alright, but she just fucking... She went to that attack way quicker than I was expecting. I'll just pop a white monster. Nice. I like normal monster. I heard that's what all the goth baddies take. Can you confirm? Has it worked? Okay. Got 12 minutes into ads, my lord. Not great. Didn't think I was in that proximity. Should we see if we can trigger her? We can. Of course it has. I'm glad it's worked for you. You're right, Fluff. You okay, Fluff? Stared at the window for about 10 minutes and then, yeah. This speech to text bot is casually bad at its job. What's that got to do with the price of cheese? But welcome in, Saucy Bun Squizzle. How you doing? I feel like we're doing okay then. Ah, way too far away. Okay. That was our best one yet, I think. It was going well. That was a really good attempt. If I was just a bit out of the proximity more for that first one. But I think I'm figuring it out. I'm cat-like and peachy. It's real hot today. It's definitely getting warmer. But I think that means you're good. So I'm glad to hear that. Damn, you got this. Thank you. I feel like that was a good. This was a good one. This is the way. This is how to get the goth baddies. It's funny because when me and my partner got together, he really thought I was goth. Wow, was he shocked. Yeah, no, that was not a good one. Oh no, dead! She doesn't always get me with that. Oh, look at me in the flowers. Isn't that pretty? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Maybe he's disappointed that I'm not a goth. I mean, I can be a goth, but I like colour too much, not gonna lie. My goth phase was when I was a youngster. Back in my day, we used to listen to Bring Me the Horizon. Yumi at 6. Pierce the Veil. Thank you for the lurk, Rose. I can't read exactly what it is yet, but thank you. Woo! I'm dead. And then time to make noms. I hope you enjoy your noms and I hope chores go well. I appreciate the lurk, Rose. Oh, want to hear about my goth face, do you, boy? Maybe. Maybe. Do you want to share? My goth phase was about... Oh my god. Like 13 years ago. The realization when you're like, oh my god, something that you thought was not that long ago was actually that long ago. I didn't think she was in my proximity. You could be goth again. I mean, I have, like, my style is very kind of varied, like my gaming. So there are days I look more goth than others. And I like wearing, like, dark clothing, but I also just couldn't because I love wearing pink, you know, I'm wearing yellow now. But there are days I'm definitely a bit goth, you know. There are those days. My goth phase started 22 years ago. I was in a band called Love gun, fuck, knuckle, we suck. I love that though. I would have loved to be in a band. That would have been so fucking cool. Did you enjoy it though? That's the important part. Alright guys, we have ads coming up. So I think my mum was lovely enough to make me a cup of tea. So I'll go grab that. This is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take in a med, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do. And I'll be back in 3 minutes. It won't be as long this time because I had to just like deal with something, but yeah. What a great band name. That name, yeah, that's fire. Like, I feel like it would have been a great time. But yeah, I'll see you in 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Also thinking, oh my god, what am I doing? Oh, okay. Also thinking, Jim told me to get this talisman, and I actually don't know if maybe it'd be better to use it. It's this one, the Millicent Professeth. Boost dexterity, raises attack power. Maybe we should try it? That's why I came on last night. I got vastly raises maximum HP. Maybe the boost HP respiration from flasks? So I feel like the stamina I really need. I don't know, maybe we could try it? Boost dexterity, raises attack power, with successive attack. I don't know. I know our attack damage isn't really a problem, it's me dodging. Is the problem. But could help. Let's have a look. Right. my god. Oh, I'm fucked. I was fucked. That was going well though. Yeah, super fun. I've been in bands from then all the way up until COVID, then haven't picked it up since. Oh. That's a shame. Do you think it's something you'd want to get back into? I can't see all of your items because of the camera picture. Oh, I wasn't showing you all my items. I was just showing you the one that I found, which was this one. More physical resistance is good, and the tree-looking item is good. Same with the turtle. The tree-looking one. The tree-looking one. Not sure which one that is, but I've got this one, which vastly raises my max HP. We've got the raise the stamina, recovery speed. This is the one I just equipped, which I think could help. And then this greatly raises maximum stamina. Because, you know, we'd be needing that stamina. That was going alright though, but I was just too close when she did that attack. Bad description first, 2, 3 lines, or tree something. I'll have to have a look in a minute. Oh, straight away.
Blade of Mikola.
That was a bad one. Karen, you got this. You get good ones and you get them. And then you get them. Tree something. Not sure. Jim also said one is good, which is like the blood one, which I think I have, but that one. Blood loss in vicinity increases attack power, but Right, let's focus. We were in a good zone before the break. We need to get back to that. We need to get back into that zone. Just be more patient, I think. It was going well. That was a straight away kind of in. We got some solid damage. I wanted to back away then because I thought, you know, we're at the point where we've triggered the waterfowl. But unfortunately, we were not given any time. Sorry, my dog is very boogie. My dog is very boogie. Very barky because my dad is outside the front door and she can see him. And she loves my dad to fucking death. Okay. I don't think I'm far enough. No, I wasn't. That was not good. Put my tea there. Okay. I need to be so much further away when that happens. Need a ability where you can fast teleport to the other side of the arena. Like she does. She can do it. Why can't I? I'm dead. Yeah, no.
Blade.
I got it down quite fast though. I got a bit greedy though. I was very greedy. I guess it's good to test your limits and shit. See what you can get away with. I really want to do this today. I really do, but we got to the second phase yesterday twice, and today I'm just not even getting there. Okay. Should we try and trigger it? There we go. Trying to dodge, she staggered me.
Blade of Nicola.
Okay. Run out of grease again. How much have we gone through? Or did I not make? I feel like I did make it. Let me just kind of get around here. It's like I'm getting through the attack, but then I'm out of stamina, and I'm trying to back off to heal, but I can't because I'm out of stamina. Ugh. Can I not make any more? No. How have I gone through so many already? How am I dying so fast? That missed completely. say she's getting really good hits with me. This is like our worst attempt yet. Oh, let's do start again. Yeah, just kill me. What attempt is this? Like a million. Million and one. That was our worst one yet. Million, 2 million, 3 million, a billion, a zillion. How you doing, Jake? Welcome in. Not bad at all. We've had much better attempts, trust me. That was abysmal. That was actually disgusting. That is actually a crime that was our most recent attempt. Just warm up attempt 57. I reckon we've tried like 100 times or something, to be honest. Should have not jumped them. Fuck off! Oh, just kill me, because this attempt is actually shocking. I think about it sometimes. I'm too old now. I very comfort over stress. The boys and I still jam at times for KSR. But at least you still have that experience. You have a little jam. That's nice. The question is, how many times have you gotten to stage 2? I got to stage 2 twice, and the first time I actually got her to quarter of health. But I just getting in this like vicious circle of death. Dodge and I just fucking stood there for some reason. Should we see if we can trigger it again? I think I'm gonna heal. Because if she's gonna do it, I'm gonna be like, "Ugh." There we go. Okay. Excuse me? What do you mean? What? Oh, what do you mean? She had like no health. Yeah, I can 100% backseat. All I can say is good luck. I figured it out. It's just I gotta do the timers right, you know? Never done here with a heavy build. Ah, I see. Interesting. So what build do you usually go for? You still suffer with millennia? A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Yes, yes. don't say yes, because we're gonna die. She's my next tattoo. She'd be a great tattoo.
Wait.
No, she's just cheating a little bit.
Kim, you're doing amazing, sweetie.
Let your flesh be consumed by the scarlet rot.
We got there though, so that's a positive. I shouldn't have healed then. I seen what she was doing and I was like, I'm going to die. But we got there. That's a positive. Thank you, Broden. Want a photo of design? I mean, yeah, go for it. She impaled you. She really did. She thought I looked tasty and wanted me as a shish kebab. Some tea meat. But we can try and get there again. It's like she knows when you're gonna heal, then oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Mm-hmm. It was a good run. Let's get more. Let's get more. Let's get more good runs. We want it to be consistent. Not like that, huh? Now we want to run away. Run! Run from the bitch! Run from the bitch! Ah! Shoot her! Oh yeah, I don't have my Discord thingy. You have to do it as a channel redeem just to prevent people joining like bots and stuff. Ah! I didn't get hit one time! Fuck off! What do you mean? What? The fuck you talking about? Can you stay away from me? Can you stay away from me? I don't like you. Oh.
Blade of Mikola.
That was a good that was good though. We're doing well. I feel like we're figuring it out. Right, let me send you a link. I'm so sure I was in it. Maybe you left it. Maybe you decided to leave, and that's okay. I will whisper it to you on Twitch. Yeah, it's just to prevent people joining, trying to sell shit, being annoying, you know. Why are you trying to fucking give me stream manager? Like, let me into my own stream. Whisper. Paste. There you go. We got there and you're getting better and better at phase 1. I feel like there is some consistency. I was so far away from that waterfowl and I didn't even get hit once. That's nuts. That is insane. Nice, thank you. But I know I did have a little... Yeah. And you could have just been like, fuck that bitch, she's annoying. She's obsessed with tea. And super bad at Elden Ring. There's just too many servers out there. So I don't blame you. God, I knew I should have dodged them and I didn't. Oh, she might do it in a minute. Maybe we need to get a couple more hits in.
Blade.
Oh, there you go. There, she did it. Maybe Manelia, love, love tea back then before the shattering. Maybe, perhaps. I need to get more blood grease. So I guess we're gonna have to do that. Where's a good place just to get like runes? Like I know you've got like maybe that area actually. Wait, now that I think of it. I don't know if they'll drop a lot of runes. No, not there. Nope, never left, just didn't know the image. Oh! You're like, I'm already in it, bitch. Yeah, here. I don't know. I don't feel like they're gonna drop many. Yeah, this is, yeah, new. Have you got frost grease? I should do. But I feel like... bleed would, like, just be OP with the weapon, you know? Guess we'll just go here where I have been going. Turn in the art channel. Let me have a look. Oh my god, what am I doing? Oh yeah, that looks amazing. That's fucking sick. I would get that tattoo. Do you mind if I show stream? Remember since? Yeah, so true. How did you hack it to say that? No, joking. Yeah, do you mind if I show stream so everyone knows what we're talking about for the people that are not in the Discord? I'm gonna leave a lurk and head outside for a bit now. Go enjoy your outside. Go enjoy it. Thanks for streaming Kick Her Ass Ripper. Thank you. Thank you, boy. I will try. I will try. This is what, hang on. I don't know if it will be, like, too white. You can kind of see it. But that's what Jake has sent. I think it looks fucking sick. Like I said, I would get that. I'm trying to think of something I want here. And I was thinking it could be something Elden Ring themed. Because I've seen a tattoo I really like. But the main aspect of it is like a moth. And I'm like, I don't want the moth. So I was thinking maybe I could put something else there that I love. Holy heck, that's beautiful. It really is. Bye, boy. Have a good day. Enjoy the outdoors. We'll get some like Scarlet Rot. Oh yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice. I'm trying to think who I'd want to get from Elden Ring. I think Renella is really pretty. Renella's a really pretty bitch. Moon Witch. How many times have you played this then, Jake? Well, I got my Paycon sleeve, got £150 in tattoo vouchers for my birthday. Thought I'd get a gaming tattoo. Thought, what game? Elden Ring is my top favorite. Really? Have you played other Souls games? Or just Elden Ring? Because I think we're gonna try Bloodborne next. But I am really intrigued about Duskbloods. Very intrigued about that. The vampire aspect of it. Oof, I love fucking vampires. I love me some vampires. So I feel like that one's gonna be quite up my alley. Not going to lie. Oh my god, bitch! Lasagna. Bitch, lasagna. So satisfying when you just do like one hits. Cool. Alright. To the place. Played all, I'm sure. And Elden Ring is your favorite? I'm gonna be so locked in if you play Bloodborne. Jim bought it for me the other day, so we've got it. We've acquired it. He made me buy it. He was like, "Get the Game of the Year one." Bought me a PlayStation voucher. This was the other day on stream. Bought me a PlayStation voucher, and they told me that it was on sale for like $14.99. But because I've been playing this since November, I need a little bit of a Souls break. So I think, I'm not gonna lie, I really want to play the remastered San Andreas. Like GTA San Andreas was like the first game I ever played, and I didn't actually play any of the story. Like me and my brother would just ride around doing the sandbox stuff. So I kind of really want to play the story and play the game. So then I think that would be a little bit of a break, and then seeing how I feel, we could then go into Bloodborne after, maybe like one other game, and then Bloodborne, just to make sure I've had a bit of a break. Oh, I'm dead. That's the first time he's got me. Bloodborne is like the best. Wish they made a real remake with top graphics. They're really like messing up with not remastering it, honestly, because so many people want it remastered. But we'll still play it either way. I feel like it'd be right up my alley because it's like gothic, the architecture, it's just very beautiful art. I can't see shit up here. There we go. Oh, he gave us a blood rose. That's cool. Oh, Kelson, thank you for letting me know you enjoy being here. I appreciate it. Especially because this has just been a whole stream of millennia. Dark Souls 3 was really good too. I've heard Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 is people's favorites. Have you got DLC for this? I do have the DLC, but we're not doing it. We will do it. I think maybe at the end of the year though. So it's still kind of like fresh, but I've just had a bit. We'll see. We'll see. Let's go. Yeah, I got it. You played? No, this is the only Souls game I've played. This one. And I was watching Slow walkthroughs the other day, and Slow said that she had played Elden Ring and then Bloodborne, and she felt playing Bloodborne was a really good transition from Elden Ring to Dark Souls 1, to like get used to that. So yeah, so I have every intention to play like all the Souls game. Like I really want to. I've really enjoyed this. So I think, you know, I'll do Elden Ring, and then the next Souls game would be Bloodborne. Then maybe like the next thing would be the DLC, I'm not sure. And then I think we'd go like Dark Souls 1, and then Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and then maybe like onto the other ones. Or before we'd add Duskbloods in there, because like I said, that one, I'm very interested in that. Sounds good. Yeah. I don't know if people would even enjoy San Andreas, but
I didn't realise.
I am, like, kind of really eager to play it.
I must apologise. I'm
Okay.
afraid of them.
Right. Now, we go here. It's Sony who has put a stop to all that. Yeah, and it's a shame. It's a shame. I feel like they would make so much money. I've had so many people join the stream and say they love the look of Bloodborne but are not able to play it. And that's a shame. They're really kind of preventing making so much money off it, I feel. Thank you for the pats, Rose. I hope you're having a good lurk. Dark Souls 1 will always be my fave. Was that your first one? Saucy bun. Dark Souls 3 or Bloodborne is my fave, but I just think Elden Ring tops it because next gen. Yeah, it's a whole kind of different beauty, isn't it? But I'd happily join for co-op. We're not doing co-op on this. This is solo in, no summons, run. Which people think is crazy for my first, but I feel accomplished when I've done it. Hi, Manageable. Welcome in. How you doing? It was, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense then. I've also heard people say the first Souls game you play is your favorite. But now I'm on a similar taking a break while food. Ooh. Tell me, Rose, what is it? What is the foods? I got a friend doing a co-op and randomized. What's randomized? But yeah, Jim was like, oh, when you do Bloodborne, can we co-op it? I said, no. Well, I appreciate you got it for me, but he knows I want to stream it and I want to experience it on my own for the first time. Do you know what I mean? I want to have that experience myself. So let's just say the first boss could be... Oh! How does that happen? Is that like mods or something? I'm doing good. How are you? Doing alright. Linea's kicking me in the ass, but we're staying positive. But I'm glad to hear you're doing good. Sony are in financial trouble after a run of game flops, so hopefully they release Bloodborne to make some cash. I mean, they should. They should. They'd be doing everyone a favor. Making boiled taters. Ooh, gonna miss later and while me. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds really good. You always like cook good stuff first. It's mods. Can't follow a route to get weapons. That's really interesting. I like that you can, you know, use mods to really change up games and make them a bit different. I feel like she should be doing the waterfowl. Should we see if we can get another hit? You fucking cheeky bitch! She tricked me! She fucking tricked me! She is like destroying me right now. Okay. Should we trigger her thing? Let's get around the arena more. There we go. Ooh. If I wasn't in her proximity, I might have done alright then. Okay, that was good. This is becoming consistent. This is good. Is this Kel's? No. Kel's is still the same. Kel's is still the same. Kel's is just on a break for her health. It's good, but I mostly just make simple stuff. I'm too good with stuff. It sounds good though. It sounds good. You seem to have the rolls and everything good, just Millennia's a bit. Yeah, it's just that waterfowl. That's what's taken me so long to figure out, but I have figured it out now. I'm like, okay, throw a little bit of this at her. I do look cool. Demon is right. Demon said you look really cool in this cutscene. I do look cool in this cutscene. He's correct. Should we put some blood grease on? And hope for the best. Okay, I haven't done this bit very much. So, don't judge me. Okay. Kind of thought that was gonna be like the waterfowl or something. We need time to learn her. Oh, she does do the waterfowl. She still does that. Okay. We're not safe. We're not safe. Okay. Good to know. Forest casual. It's mad this game gets you memorizing stuff like dodge, 2 seconds dodge, 1.5 seconds dodge. I don't do it that way now. This is the one. You gotta think, we've not got to that phase very much, so I have no idea what she does. We have to learn. I need more time to analyze what the fuck she's doing. You got this? Thank you. Very nice. Thank you. Everything else, the first phase is going well. We just gotta get to that one, and I've just gotta learn. Damn waterfowl. I didn't know she actually did it in that one, because sometimes their moves change completely, so I thought maybe her moves were just completely different. Oh, this is not going well.
Blade of Nicola.
What's that? You need me? I gotta go. The first phase is usually going well though, so that makes me feel more positive. We can get to the other one and learn it a bit more. Maybe I just have to be more of a distance again because of the waterfowl. Just thought maybe it was going to be different, so I went into the second phase quite differently. Dead.
I am Melania.
Blade
of Nicola.
One second. Oh, is this Blade of Michaela? That's never tasted fierce. Yeah. It is, what's my title? Wait. This is... I am Millennia Blender of Michaela. That's her name. But hi, Cinder Forest, welcome in. How you doing today? Okay, we'll get back in the zone. We're gonna get back in the zone. Okay. Glad to be here? Oh, I appreciate that. I wish I could say the same. I wish I could say the same. Shouldn't get me this time. Should we bait her? There we go. Oh, I did it again without getting hit! Oh my god, that's my second time. Oh! That's exciting. I love that for me. There is potential yet. As she dies instantly. That was not the time to heal. I hope you're enjoying the game. It's my favorite. I am enjoying it. We're actually like really near the end. We are doing this boss and then we're doing the final boss. But I am enjoying it. It's been my first playthrough, my first Souls game. But we're at endgame. We're finishing this game this week if I can actually do it. But yeah, I've been playing it since November consistently and I've really been loving it and I want to get into the other games. She's Millennia, blender of margaritas. She's never known this. I like that. Wait. I like it. Let's pin it. There we go. That's a good one. I'm a fan. I think I got 150 hours in my first playthrough. Oh yeah. Wait, I'll show you mine in a sec. I'm there. I think I'm almost there. We have done every optional boss. I went the wrong way then. I knew it. I was a wally. We've done every optional boss as well. So I've only got her. And, oh, I'm fucked. Her and the last one. I like got a spreadsheet out and everything. Yeah. 165 there is, so I've done 163. But, yeah, we're at 147 hours, so I feel that. Now I'm up to 1,100 hours between 2 platforms. Damn. And do you just like, do you play different builds or do you just do like NG +1 every time? Or new game every time? Is it like new game +1 or do you go like new game +2? I don't know because I've never done it. There we go.
Blade of Nicola.
Should have dodged it. I've gone up to NG +4, then I usually start from scratch. What's been your favourite build so far? And have you played the other Souls games? Or is it just this one you're like, nah, the other ones can go fuck themselves? That was a really solid attempt though, until I was a Wally and didn't dodge when I should have. I've also done some co-op to help newer players beat difficult bosses. Yeah. That's really nice of you though. We were talking a bit about that yesterday, about let me solo them or something. Does that? Ah. Dodged it the wrong time. That's a good bleed. Ooh. Yeah, no, I should have not been that close then. We've been doing this for 4 hours. Maybe we won't finish Elden Ring this week. I really like the Great Sword with a bleed and the Lion's Claw. Okay, okay. So are they like strength builds? Or is like the claw more of a dex build? Right. Strength and arcane. Ah, okay, okay. I see you. Use the heavier weapon for more poise damage. That makes sense, that makes sense. It took me a long time to learn what that even meant. When you're coming into these games and people are saying all these things like poise damage, bleed, and I'm like, what the fuck does all of this mean? What do you mean? What are you saying to me? Okay. I was really hoping we were going to do it today, but I just feel we're a bit far off at this point. I feel like we're not quite there yet. Okay, I'm not getting near her. Let's trigger her. There we go. Okay. We've done it better, but we've done it. I started doing line graph to see what different things did. Oh, what, like, you actually, like, kind of studied a bit? And what did your research tell you? That was going quite well. Until the very end. Like, testing how long it takes to poise break an enemy with different weapons and levels. And what did you find was, like, the best result? My research told me I had a pretty big skill issue. I feel you there. I'll feel you there. I think I have that too. Oh, my jaw just cleared and it hurt. Oh. That's uncomfortable. Okay. I've been torturing myself calling support centers from various sources for my name change. How's it going in here? We're understanding her more, but I did want to do it today, but I just don't feel like that's gonna happen. Unfortunately. But I hope you get it sorted. No. No. I need to like lock off of her as well. Great stars is probably the best option for melting away the enemies. Help with a good amount of. I actually don't. Oh, great stars. I don't know what. I'm not sure what that is. Just got to chip away at it. Dozens of places to contact. Why is it so difficult? You'd think they'd make it more straightforward. That is Millennia right now, Cinder. That is Millennia. God, that click hurt. Ha! Ha ha! Fuck you, bitch. Is that the first time she hit me? Damn. Think about all the servers that have your name on. Oh, I see, like that. Okay. Because I was gonna say, I thought you did get it changed. I realized you're like updating everywhere. I get it now. Look at that. I know. I just figured it out like an hour ago. Like an hour ago, we just figured it out. It was stressing me out. It was stressing me out. We're getting better. We're doing consistently better, but she's a tough nut to crack. She's a tough nut to crack. Honestly, after the 5th place, I start gaslighting them, and then I'm a completely different person. I am Blender Maquala Malaswala. They'd be like, excuse me? They'd be like, oh, you've suffered. Also, congrats on the name change. Yes, I imagine Tempest is very happy about it. I don't know how many times we're gonna keep trying, like, I don't know how long you guys want to sit and watch me fail consistently, do you know what I mean? Been 4 hours of failing today. Four hours of learning. That is true. That is true. We have been learning. Should we bait her again? She's not taking the bait. And we're out of darts. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Every attempt is just practice until you succeed. This is true, but I don't know how entertaining people find that. I bet you as soon as I get near her, she's gonna fucking do it. Ads. Let me see if I can quickly snooze them. Ooh. There we go. Okay. She's so angry because someone stole her. Right, let's heal. Kick her? Oh yeah, that would do it. That would do it. Okay, the second phase I do not know. At all. I was in an attack, man. Oh, it's the fucking waterfowl. I didn't realize. Oh.
Scarlet.
It's like by the time we're getting there, I need to learn a whole new phase. And oh, it's like the first, but not at all. But welcome in, Orsax. I hope you're doing well. I thought she was gonna, when she was in the air, I thought she was gonna do like the jab. I've just not had enough face time with the second phase, basically. Is my problem. Have you ever seen the movie Anastasia? Do you mean the Disney film? No, I don't want to do that. Let's do them. Shoot her like a hunter in Bloodborne. I've never played Bloodborne. This is my first Souls game. I was a bit silly then. Not Disney, but animated. Yes, I have seen that one, yeah. A long time ago. Oh, I wasn't fucking looking! I locked off. Oh, the lock off like really threw me. What about it? Long time ago, like when I was really young. There's a bat in it, and he's like, I'd give her a ha and a ha, and I'd kick her, sir. And I keep wanting to say that about me. Do it. If under Disney now, though it was originally produced by... Oh, I see, okay. Try to use... I appreciate it, but please don't come in and tell me how to play. Much appreciated. Okay. Alright. Let's get her going. I'm trying to get away from you, mate. I was trying to get away to heal, and I was like very conscious she was probably soon going to do the waterfowl. Now just a mind because I too, yeah, no, it's just I have found when I've been trying to do it, obviously it's very effective, but then you're stuck in that, and I need to be more in control of my movements so I can get away, if that makes sense. Have you tried not dying? Can you not tell me how to play Tempest? gone. So rude. Okay, we do have ads coming up. I've just used them again. So we will have to have an ad break soon. Oh my god. Oh no, I'm fucked. Yeah, no, I need to be away. Don't need to heal if you don't get hit, that's true. But we did pretty well not getting hit one time. I don't mind ads, they're always pretty random. I always like BRB though anyway, so make sure no one misses anything. Maybe when we come back we're gonna have to get some more grease. But gives me an opportunity to use the bathroom and stuff as well. Grab a drink if I need it. Gives me a little break away from the constant death as well. Which, you know, love that. Love that for me. What is your level? 161, I think. Okay. Let's bait her. Get to bait it! We've had better attempts, but we made it out of it. That's the important part. Oh my god! Oh shit. Oh, I wasn't far enough. I didn't realize she was going to do that again. Shit, I'm looking probably with my 144. Oh! Are you saying like you were at 144? I mean, I think it's just you gotta just learn it. Do you know what I mean? That's what it is. I'm Millennium later gets hit in the face with RPG. Yes, please. Let's do that. Alright, okay. We'll stop here for a sec to run ads. This is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take in your meds, stretch your body, take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do. We do ads just to prevent people getting hit with ads when they come in, and like raiders and things like that. And like I said, it just gives me an opportunity to kind of have a little time off the screen. Also like a refresher from blenders, because I hate blenders, because this bitch is a fucking blender and I hate her. Alright, I'll be back. ad should be over. We'll probably try for another hour. Like 5 hours on this is definitely enough time. It's definitely enough time. Ugh. But yeah. Right. The only reason I say like just try not mention Trump is just because he's so controversial and it's just all like American politics and stuff, and it's like it's just all like, you know, no one wants that. Let's just have a good time, you know. That might, well, okay, let's see. It's exhausting and I live here. That's what I mean, for people that live there as well, it's like, ugh, this fucking bitch, you know? It's just... No, thank you, Amethyst, I appreciate it. You know, it can just, like, trigger people, you know? Oh no, I'm dead. Yeah. You're cute, Amethyst. You're cute. You're a cutie patootie. Hair curlers and bulletproof glass. Who does the internet think I am? Oh, is that what the ads were? To be fair, my hair is like crimped, so maybe that's why. We need a little break from the annoying orange. I actually used to really enjoy watching that. I'm not American, but you know, I know like my audience is quite a high percentage is American, and yeah, I think, you know, sometimes when we come to streams, it's like it's a break from the reality of life, you know? There's a fucking thing flying around. Okay, that was good. That was a good one. The annoying orange, I forgot about this. Yeah, the annoying orange. Then I used to like watch Fred and stuff like that. Oh my god! What the fuck? How did I survive? I'm not gonna survive now. Oh my god, bitch! Fuck off! You're just mad that I was doing so well. It's going really well. Me neither, but I feel bad for them. Also, I miss some American goods. Oh! Whereabouts do you live? Like, you don't have to say if you don't want to. Yeah, I feel extremely bad for other countries, especially America. Like, when I heard that he was re-elected, I felt very bad. I have American friends and I felt quite concerned for them, to be honest, and their well-being. The land of maple syrup. Canada! That's where my favorite YouTuber is from. Now I want to sing the song from the YouTube. Hi, Saves. Welcome back. I don't know if you still say it, Saves. If you say hi, like Saves. Or if you know that I've learned that should ever account at this point. So I was gonna say to you, I know it's you. I know it's you. I wish I could figure that out if I'm like really stuck there. Thank you. I was testing today, just driven back home. Like, you were testing today if you didn't have to say it, or you had to test today, sorry. I can sing the national anthem, that's about it. I really want to go to Wales and Ireland and Scotland. I live in England and I've never even been to Ireland or Scotland. But no, I love Vanos, and then they kind of like play around the fact that he's Canadian, and he's like, oh, what's like the national anthem then? And then they go like, oh, Canada, something about a maple leaf. So like when I think of like that song, that song that they sing. I love Vanos. I'm deep in the Welsh countryside. He must have a lovely Welsh accent. I think the Welsh accent is quite lovely. Back off, bitch. I want to go to Scotland so bad. Really? What is it that, like, interests you guys about Scotland? Maybe I need to know, so I can go there. Oh, I'm dead. I love Vanos. Yeah, I love Vanos. He's my favorite. So like when they're like singing about that so when someone says Canada, I'm like, oh, Canada, something about a maple. I mean, testing you, so about my... Oh, was that just today? And I picked up on that. Interesting. Ah. Yeah, no, I know. I've learned now. I've learned it. We're out at the blood gliss. We need blood gliss. We need to go to get the blood gliss. Maybe I'll try this area. It's been so long since I watched his videos. Honestly, I watch him all the time. Like whenever I'm like in the bath and stuff. I don't have a bath anymore. I just lied. Oh no, this is the wrong area. What's it? When I'm like in the shower, I'll put them on. Used to be when I was in the bath. When I'm just kind of wanting to watch something chill. Yeah, I love him. Used to watch him all the time as well. Really, Rose? I love him so much. I love him. I love them. They're so great. My mum, like, when I watch him, is like, it sounds like just craziness. I'm like, nah, you learn who everyone is. You recognize the voices. Nah, this area is shit. This shit. Take me back to the ancestral woods. I really want to see some of the castles and places my ancestors fought and stuff. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I was intrigued what it was specifically you guys were interested in. Right, we'll get our collection going. And we'll keep going until our next lot of ads. And we'll probably call it a day there. And try again Friday. I'm a quarter Scottish. Nice, nice. Back in the Gmod days. I feel like I do like the Gmod videos, but I feel like I've always kind of been a fan of the GTA. Hence why I would love to play San Andreas next. Oh, go away. Pocket was always out of pocket. I feel like they all are though. And that's why, like, they're definitely, their humor is not for the light-hearted, you know? Had moved away from YouTube for a while and don't have him on my recommends anymore. Might have to check newer stuff. I mean, it's still the same people. They've actually added a girl, which I think is really cool. Pasta. I think she, her, I think. I feel like it is because they make jokes about it. So I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, it's the same people and I love it. Me too. Hell yeah, I'm a first. I love how you need English subtitles for Scottish people even when they're speaking English. Oh yeah, I feel like even kind of a bit of Irish and stuff like that is stuff I struggle to understand. I need to heal. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, that's why. I'm fucking taking the wrong class. That's why I'm not healing. What the hell? Ah. This is not going as smooth as it was before. The flask messed me up. There we go. Rat-a-tat-ta. Alright. And let's go back here. Beep. Clan Douglas or Bruce on either side of my... Interesting. My favorite, the TTT ones? Which was that? Sorry. The TTT ones. Prop hunt is fun. Trouble in Terrorist Town. Is that like their older ones when they played COD? I like Death Run. The Death Runs were my favorite Gmod ones, I think. That was in Gmod, I believe. And what is it you have to do? I feel like I've seen all the Gmod ones. You don't mean like Guess Who, do you? I went to uni near Yorkshire and it took like 3 months to adjust to the accent getting called Doug. Oh, what do they say Duck for then? I actually haven't been to Yorkshire or really know anyone who has like the accent and stuff. He gives quite a nice amount of rings. One person is a terrorist supposed to try and kill everyone else. I feel like that's kind of like Guess Who, because they have to guess who they are, and they have the Sudoku where they can blow up. It's like saying Love or Darden. Oh, that's cute. Duck. Oh, that's actually so sweet. You're right, Duck. That's so cute. I love that. Personally, I like the silly goose, but yeah. Okay, we'll do a few of these. Yeah, Duck. It's kind of like the, it sounds a bit like the Bugs Bunny saying, alright, Duck. Right, Duck. And everyone has to find out who the terrorists and kill them before they can get the rest. I have never seen these videos. And I have been watching for almost 10 years. And when I found him, I like binge watched like as like early channel, but there is stuff that they remove because it's older. Crazy. They often have more than one terrace in Paris, and those were even more fun. Just kind of sounds like the Guess Who thing. Maybe they changed it to Guess Who. That's what it was originally, maybe. Right, need 4 more, so 1 more time. I'm gonna look later, because I'm intrigued. Good God, I think I've been watching for like 12 to 3. Yeah, like I know he started a bit earlier. I started watching in about 2014. So yeah. But I know like they were before that, you know, and I know they started with like COD and stuff like that. I feel so old now. That's okay. We love all ages here. Except, like, if you're too young, then leave. I can't stand them kids. Is this not a child? It's not a child-friendly place. You right, ma'am? Alright? Oh. Look at that face. She says as she has a child. Okay, we'll give it a go for about another half hour, because we're 4 hours and a half into stream. So about another half hour, and then we'll probably end there, like at the 5-hour mark. And then pick it up on Friday. I messed up. Oh my God. I'm like doing poorly. Fucking dodge the wrong way. I keep doing that. Hi T, just got put for my concert. Hi Horror! How was your concert? Did you have a good time? I mean, my kids make me feel older. I feel that. I feel that. Chasing a toddler around a children's museum makes me feel like I should be an exhibit. What is a children's museum? Yeah, my daughter is 4. And I took her trampolining Monday. Oh my God. Oh my God. She was like a fucking tornado. I'm gonna take her slime making tomorrow and see how that goes. I've never been, but we'll see how it goes. Wish me luck. I don't even know how I survived then. I didn't. It was so good. May have bawled my eyes out during pub. Aww. I'm glad you had a good time. That makes me happy to hear. You said it was a day to remember. Did you say who was opening and that you were really happy about the opening act? Who was that again? What I might do before Friday, I might spend an evening kind of just farming to get runes and root resins. Yeah, it's proper. Oh yeah. Sorry, I thought it was a song for some reason. I'm glad you had a good time though. Has it been your favorite concert of the year so far? It's a museum that's more interactive. Like they have water tables, a dig pit, tiny town, cave system, and play factory. That sounds sick. They have something kind of like that near me, but it's just doesn't understand it. It's just a bit too old for her, I think. I would say yes. Nice. I'm glad you had a really good time. Do you know what your next concert is going to be? And that's the really big stuff. Oh, I love that. My son is too. I just take him because he loves playing the war and it tires him out. Yeah. Oh, bless him. That's so sweet. Yeah, my daughter loves some water play as well. It's just not quite the weather for it yet. Like, almost this time last year, she was already getting in, like... Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. She was already getting in, like, the paddling pool and stuff like that. Because it was really warm here. Oh, she loved it. Hey, how you we doing? Great. So good. How are you doing? Ballad? Ballad? Is that your name or vowed? I'm not sure. Please correct me. And how many of the activities does T join in with? Oh, I have to do all the activities. Because she cannot be left to her own devices. That's why at nursery, she's always got to have one person with her because she's just a danger. She's a danger. My daughter is the only one, she can't do a whole lot, but there is still stuff for tots and even babies. Oh, I see. Oh, that's nice that there's still something for her, though. And, yeah. That's sweet. Babies are cute. I miss babies. I miss it like it was a baby. And great, thanks. Vladir? Is that, have I said that correctly? Will do. Thank you for letting me know. And I'm glad to hear you're great. That makes me very happy to hear. Hi, Dark Sinister. How are you getting on with Millennia? We are getting better at the first phase. There's some consistency. The waterfowl I have only kind of just figured out in the last hour or so. But the second phase, we haven't got there enough times for me to feel confident in this fight yet. We get some really good attempts, and then we get some real awful attempts. Okay, let's bait her. There we go. There we go. That was alright. That's a good one at that. Missed that. You fucking bitch. Can I not get a fucking heal in? We're dead. We're dead. How many attempts at Millennia have you had so far? A lot. We've spent this whole stream doing her. And then yesterday we spent about 2 hours on her. But yeah. She enjoys watching her brother go absolutely bonkers and cheers him on. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, I bet she's like, oh, so happy. That makes me so happy to hear. Kids are adorable, honestly. How you getting on with her? I'd say okay. I'd say okay. BRB, where's it got me? So I look for now. All good, all good. I hope your meeting goes well. I think we're doing okay. It's just, it is what it is. I reckon Maybe Friday we'd get there. Friday stream, I reckon. This is not going well. Right. Let's bait her. There we go. Should we try bait her one more time? There we go. Whoops. Okay. Do you summons? No, this is a no summons run. Is it your first time on her? This is my first time ever doing her. This is my first ever playthrough, so I've never defeated her before, no. There was a moment during Papa Roach's set that hit me so fucking hard, though. Is it like a certain song that just kind of gets to you? Alright, okay, fuck me. Great. Instantly dead. Fucking hell.
By the scarlet rot.
I did not realize she was going to do that so fast. I did not realize she was going to do that. Hit damn, do they still tour? Oh, what? Who Horror's talking about? Papa Roaches? Yeah, Horror went this evening with a day to remember as well. Oh wait, she's got the chubbiest cheeks and super long eyelashes, almost makes us want to have more. And then we, yeah. Before I had mine, I was like, I want a few children. And I love kids, I really do. But she's quite the handful. She's just got diagnosed with autism, and it's very prevalent autism. So she's a bit more of a handful than other kids. Requires kind of like to be constantly watched. And I'm like, that's quite enough for me. She requires attention, so much attention. There was a song they played, was one of my friends' favorites, but suddenly that friend is no longer with us. Oh, that makes sense. I'm sorry to hear that you've experienced that horror, and yeah, that makes sense of like why it would be emotional for you. But I bet it was kind of like nice to think about them, and it just, I don't know, like it's a sad thing, but also like those kind of little memories are like, these little like ways to think of them. I don't know if I'm making sense or not. Back off, because I'm gonna die. that was awful. Let's try bait her. There we go. Alright. Oh my god. Trying to ram me. I'm dead. We need to get our son tested. He's still non-verbal at 2, but it could be because he regressed when his sister was born. Yeah, so my daughter is 4 and she is non-verbal. She doesn't say any words. And when she was around 2, I seen the signs. There wasn't just like, you know, the fact that she wasn't babbling and things like that, but it's also how she played. So it was a lot of stacking things. Lining things up. That's not stacking things. Stacking and lining things up. Her play was like stereotypical autism. And then as she's got a bit older, it's super obvious. Like, you just have to watch her walk around a room and I'm like, that's my autistic little gremlin. But like, if you live in the UK, it's not been easy to get her diagnosed, I'm gonna be honest. Bittersweet. Oh, what's bittersweet? Sorry. Oh, like the moment with horror. Yeah, that was the one song I was like, no, I'm putting my phone away for the whole song and being in the moment. Yeah, when I went to see MGK, which for context, MGK is my favorite artist, and I've been waiting years to see him, and I did last month. And my partner was like, "You gonna like record and stuff?" I was like, "No, I want to be there. I want to be present. I want to be present as shit." I got like some videos, but not a lot as I usually do at gigs. So I just wanted to experience it. Because I was like in the people bit, the standing bit right by the stage. I could feel the vibrations, all of it. Yeah, I'm not surprised at that.
Blade of Nicola.
Alright, I reckon one more go and we might call it there and try again on Friday with a fresh set of eyes, fresh everything. I'm hoping to finish this game this week. Maybe Friday we'll get her done and then we can get on. Oh, why have I gone in? Then we can get on to the final boss. I've got there. I've tried it a few times, but yeah. Did I not do the blood freeze? I must have not done the blood freeze. This one's not going well. At all. This one's going really poorly. A general thumb is I'll record a minute of every song I like. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. He always got signs like toe walking. That is a huge sign, yeah. Focus on patterns. He's always extremely particular about how he plays. Also, he has to organize all his plushies before going to bed. That does sound... I'm not here to tell you that your son's autistic, but that does sound like signs, like indications, yeah. She was also really not interested in plushies at all, like at all. And she still isn't, except from this one from Fisher Price, which sings and lights up. But yeah. Yeah. Also, the people around me could see I was not coping with that song. They was, oh, that's really sweet. Yeah, that's nice that they were comforting you.
Bong bong.
Oh, Horror, thank you for letting me know. You enjoy being here. I appreciate it. Don't get discouraged. I'm definitely not discouraged, Grim. I just think when you're doing like a huge boss, sometimes that rest and you come back to it. Like I've done it with Michaela. Is that how you said his name? I don't know. Godfrey. When you just like step away and you come back the next stream, it's just so much. I don't know. It's like something kind of clicks. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But we have been getting to the second phase though, so I do see a light at the end of the tunnel. Plus, I'm also autistic, so that same. I got diagnosed in December at the ripe age of 27. But yeah, I never thought I was though. I never expected it. But then I joined Twitch and people would be like, "You know, you're autistic, right?" And I'd be like, "Huh? What do you mean?" "No, I'm not." And they're like, "Yeah, you are." Yeah. I was like, "No." What do you mean? And then when I got my diagnosis, they said, yeah, you show a lot of ADHD traits as well, so you should do that. So I'm waiting for that as well. Hi, Bestato. How you doing? Hi, cutie. Definitely agree. Just get you pumped. I appreciate it. Thank you, Graham. I really appreciate that. I'm just like, I'm surprised I've done this for like 5 hours and I'm still feeling as positive as I do at this point. I'm shocked. Hi, bestie chat. Happy hump day. Hi, Otto. How you doing? Muscle memory develops during rest. Exactly. And I'm gonna be taking in all that information and being like, okay. And then we're gonna come back Friday. We're gonna fly through the first phase, and then it's gonna give me time to learn the second phase. And she's gonna be fucked. She's gonna become a shish kebab. I was diagnosed with autism when I was like 4. Interesting. I hope that helped you. Because some people feel they don't need a diagnosis, but yeah, that's when my daughter was diagnosed at 4. I got diagnosed when they still called it Asperger's. Yeah, years ago. I think like why I was very unrecognized is because my brother is like very textbook male autism. So in comparison to my brother, I seemed fine, and I seemed like the neurotypical normal one, you know. That was not the case. That was not the case at all. But yeah, years ago they said that he had Asperger's, Berger's. I don't. It's burger. Hot dog. Sorry. He didn't get officially diagnosed though. Like he did like a test at college, and they were like, we suspect you have that, and they just kind of treated him as if he did. But he's just got diagnosed with ADHD a few months ago, and he's on the waiting list, waiting for the autism one. So that will help. Hope you guys are doing well. How's the Ring Elden Ring? We've been doing Blender Woman this whole time, Otto. But we've got her figured out. The first phase, at least, we've got her figured out. Then, like a month later, they changed it. Yeah, I find it interesting that they don't use that terminology anymore, because I didn't know until one of my friends said, you know, they don't use that word anymore, and I was like, oh, I just like ships. It's kind of annoying though, because like people say you don't have autism, you don't like trains, and it's like, okay. The only thing is I can talk about them for like 4 hours straight. I love that though. That's clearly a special interest, and that's great. We love special interests. Like, come on, like we got the Kirby's, we've got the Hello Kitty. Like, come on. When I did the video call with the woman, she could see like all my plushies behind me, and she was like, is this your room or your daughter's room? I was like, this is my stuff. And then during the diagnosis, she was like, I felt like I could have just said straight away, like just by seeing your collection of stuff. And I'm like, yeah. She's a tough one. She is a tough one. I think we're gonna give it one more go, and then we're gonna finish, and then pick it back up Friday. It's like ADHD and ADD. They're both ADHD now. Oh, like you have the inattentive one, and then the hyperactive. Is that what you mean, Grim? Also, I collect Lego because it makes my brain brew the happy juice. I love Lego. I love Lego. I just bought my best friend Jim the Game Boy Lego thing for his birthday. And then he's like building it, and I'm so jealous because my Lego is like bigger sets, and I still live at like my home with my family, and I know I need to like move out to be able to build those sets. They are too big to be here. I ain't got the place to display it. One more go.
Blade of Mikola.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I see. And then now you can get like the combination as well. And then now you can get AUDHD as well. And it makes more sense because it is the same disorder. It's just the symptoms that vary. Well, exactly that. And then sometimes you can have the same disorder, but like, because my brother was diagnosed with inattentive. And when I look about that, I'm like, I feel like I'm really similar to that. But then my mum's like, you get really fucking hyper. So I reckon when it comes to my assessment, I think they're going to say I have the combined. I'm going to have it all. I want it all. I'm going to have it all. But I don't like saying, like, I am until they tell me. Like, I like that clear clarification. I have the Lion's Castle, Village Square, Viking Village, and also a bunch of Star Wars sets. Don't tell me you have the Death Star, because that's a fucking massive one. I've got, like, Disney ones. I've got, like, the Disney Castle. I've got Arkham Asylum, because I fucking love Batman. Like, I got the Batman tattoo. And then this tattoo is Harley Quinn, but, like, as Medusa. I love it. I love it. So I've got Arkham Asylum, and then I've got the Twilight House, because I do love Twilight. I'm a long-term lover of Twilight. And then, like, other Disney ones. I kind of really wanted to get the Stranger Things Creed house, but I'm like, I've got so many sets that I've not been able to build. But if you don't get them, they go out of stock. Oh, and The Office. I have The Office one. I love The Office. Like, it shows differently in different people, you know. Exactly that. It's the same with autism as well. Like, people say, oh, you don't seem autistic. And it's like, they say, you know, if you've met someone with autism, that's it. You've met one person with autism. I've got it all. Hi, Pee-wee Hermit. Welcome in. How you doing? I got it all. You got the TISM, the ADHD, the AUDHD, HDWHD. I got the TISM and ADHD in HD. I don't have the Death Star one yet. That one is massive. I could see why people would want it though. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a lovely day. Ooh! That was a big one. Oh, I'm dead. What the fuck? How? What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you saying? Thank you for the follow as well, by the way. I appreciate it. What are you saying to me? What do you mean? Ooh. I don't know how I did that. I was really disappointed in the new Death Star. Oh, have you seen it in, like, person? What's disappointing about it? I really wanted the Sanderson sister cost. That one did look really cool. I'm not, like, into Hocus Pocus, but it did look really cool. ADHD, hyperactive, and inattentive, and autism. Ah, I see. We may be the same, you and me. But yeah, thank you for the follows, guys. I appreciate it. Neurodivergent gang, let's go. Yeah. Recently discovered I'm a neurodivergent being. I got a neurodivergent daughter. Can't escape it. Fancy seeing you here. Oh, you know each other? I always forget to follow for some reason. That's all good. That's all good. But thank you. I have anonymous follows, so like people aren't like called out. Right, we're not gonna survive long because I don't know this phase, but we'll try. We'll try. Ooh. That was my first trying time to get out of hers. I hadn't done it before, so that's okay. It is the same. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck she does.
Let your flesh be consumed
Okay. Okay.
by the scarlet rot.
That's one I haven't seen until just that moment. Damn. She's gonna take a while to learn the second phase. So she did like the waterfowl, which is what the other one does. She does this thing where she goes to the ground. You just gotta make sure you're out of like the proximity of it. That one she like swooped, which I dodged, but then she did a stab after. So when she does like, she went quite high though, higher than the waterfowl. So she went up, she like swoops, so you dodge that, and then she does an extra stab. We'll learn it. GG's, thank you Otto. Next run, we'll give it a go on Friday. I felt even though it's huge, there was a lot missing for the price point. Also, I just prefer the more spherical Death Star sets. I see. I haven't looked too much inside, but I felt like the inside was just very same. It was like similar rooms and stuff like that. It would have been cool if they did a hemisphere instead of the ring cross section. I'm gonna have a look at it later, because I was looking at Lego yesterday. But, yeah, I'll have a look and see what you mean. But, maybe they'll do another one, because they did the Disney Castle, which is the one I got now, and then they've released a newer version of the Disney Castle, and I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I have the one that I've got. Okay. I think we will call it here. I've been trying to do this for 5 hours, and I do like to have some sanity. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yes, I want to be left with some sanity at the end of my day. Okay. But we did it. We did it for 5 hours, and I managed to stay pretty chill. So I'm happy with that. We like chill and patience. Patient chill. Oh my god, I'm being flashbanged by my own screen. Okay. GG's, dude. Thank you, Saucy Buns. I love that. Saucy Buns. Saucy Buns. But yeah, I will be back Friday and Saturday to continue Elden Ring. And after we do Millennia, I am on the final bus. We're on the final bus, guys. Final destination and we're leaving. I'm out of here. Goodbye. Final boss. I know words. Good job. Thank you, Rose. Thanks for stream, Cutie. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Thanks for the stream, T. Thank you for being here, Otto. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for an amazing stream. Thank you for calling it an amazing stream. Thank you. I'm shocked it's amazing stream considering I just spent 5 hours doing the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, where should we go? I have a bunch of artists. Slow is playing Dark Souls. We could go see Slow. I do like Slow. Because we raided someone new yesterday. So maybe we could do Slow. Slow's playing Dark Souls. Slow's a lovely streamer. A bit of a bigger streamer, but they are really nice. Very chill vibe to go to. Woohoo! The Millennium Margarita Bus! Makes sense because of the blender. You did really well that long. Definitely time for a rest. Thank you, Saves. Yeah, I am actually shocked of how positive I feel right now. Like, usually if I've spent that long on a boss, I have never spent this long on a boss, actually, because they're never usually this difficult. But, you know, after like a couple hours or so, I'm like, I'm defeated and everything is awful. But thank you, I really appreciate you saying that. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the loves, the follows, the redeems. The redeems, there's a lot of redeems. There's a lot of streaks today as well. Thank you for all the streaks. And then we got a sub from Rolly. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Rest now, you tarnished. But the true battle still lies ahead. It really does. It really does. But bye-bye for today. Bye-bye, Saves. Be back Friday. I'll see you guys then. And hopefully we'll get it. Hopefully we'll get it. But I love you guys. Look after yourself. Have a good rest of your week. And I'll catch you guys later. Bye. Bye. You too, Rose. Enjoy your potatoes and your spicy salad and your meat.